Oh my god, it's Sea Wolf!
Welcome to Warcraft Reloaded, a podcast brought to you by Mash Those Buttons, covering World of Warcraft Classic and its community. I am Bobby, also known as Blazin' Bob, and no Mel this week. She is trying to get everything wrapped up, crossing those T's, dotting those I's, because she has a week off for BlizzCon next week. So you'll look forward to hearing from her. She will be on the last segment, as long as we in the future are able to record that without any problems, of the Yips Raid Prog segment. So she will be at the end of this episode if everything goes well. So look forward to that. But we are joined by my trusty backup co-host, part-time substitute teacher co-host, extremely good-looking and handsome, nice man, Classic Go. How you doing?
I'm probably blushing right now. It's not just the reflection of the Horde banner behind me. I'm doing great, bro. Thanks for having me back.
Thank you for coming back. Go's saved us twice and saved you guys from not having an episode twice, running the episode on his own. So we thank you for that. I send a heartfelt thanks from the listeners, too.
Thanks, everybody.
And joined after a long hiatus from the show. He hasn't been on in a while, but you should remember him as the money and auction house guru, KimJongOOM. Welcome to the show.
Hello. If some of you guys remember from my last appearance, which was probably over a year ago, I had longer hair. Now I am quasi-professional, I guess. So that's different and not really relevant, but
looking good though. Looking good.
Yeah, thank you, Bob.
All right, guys. Well, this is going to be a fun show. We're going to start out. We didn't get any. Or here, hold on. I always do this. I like to start the show by thanking our tank patrons in Thick Lizzie, Croxford, Braxton, and Turtle Whale. I'd love to add to that list, guys. If anybody else wants to get their name shouted out. Patreon.com/Warcraft Reloaded. I'd like to mention that we stream live on Twitch, twitch.tv/BlazinBob, BLAZZINBOB. We have a Discord server. I'm currently not in control of it, as my account is still hacked, but it's still there, and it looks like he hasn't deleted it, and it looks like I got enough people to report him that he's been banned. So at least the account's not hurting anybody else now. But I'm waiting on Discord, and from what I've heard, it's weeks before something like this gets fixed, if the hackers are able to do what they did to me. So more info on that once everything's fixed. I'll tell you guys, the whole story at some point. But for now, we're just going to keep that quiet. But you can still join the Discord server, discord.me/Warcraft Reloaded or warcraftreloaded.com/Discord. We're not going to be going through voicemails because we didn't get any. We got a ton last week, the week before. Thank you guys for that. But if you want to send in, the number is 816-866-1066 or speakpipe.com/Warcraft Reloaded if you want to send it from your computer or phone. Then we are going to do listener voicemail, or a listener Discord question, which I thought was pretty cool. And then we're going to go over a little bit of news. And then we're going to talk a little bit of BlizzCon. I got these two guys going for their first time. I was hoping to have Mel here as another veteran, but we were unable to do that. But I am a vet. I've been 3 times. I think that makes me a vet, or at least something.
I'd say so.
And so we're going to talk about that. We're going to give some predictions. We're going to just have a little bit of fun, and that's going to be the show. So with that being said, let's start out with this question from Ray in Discord. How would you feel about fresh realms come Cataclysm Classic? Realms divorced from any of the legacy items that they will no longer be available to anyone. Not to mention, it would be genuine new territory for the expansion. Unlike the classic zones, Cataclysm zones never had that rush of new players on its launch because a lot of people went on to the endgame zones instead of leveling in the revamped Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. This would populate it and provide a unique experience unlike anything ever in the past of the game. A truly fresh start, truly divorced from the old world. I personally hope it comes to pass. I think it could be interesting to see happen. Now, this is so true. I mean, a lot of people played through the Goblin and Worgen start zones, and some people wanted to be a Goblin or a Worgen, but they offered race changes really early. It might even have been day one. I'm not sure, but it was super early because I remember I quit before the first raid tier was over. But when Mel quit, I just changed her account to a male goblin, and I was a male goblin priest. So like it was super early on. So I think this could be a really cool thing because I never saw any of the new quests or anything. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Are you does this mean basically Kata from level 1? Is that essentially what they're saying?
Yep, brand new servers, just like the Wrath ones that they released. But they're saying just do it for everybody.
That'd be kind of cool, but also there'd be a lot of people that'd be pissed off, I think.
Huge uproar.
Because there would be basically if they offered both, they would have to split their population, right? Like people that wanted to do like the continuation version and then people that wanted to do the reset classic version. And I feel like that might split their demographic to a point where it's like what happened in the beginning. Well, not really the beginning, but like kind of what happened in this phase is right before this phase came out, everyone was playing hardcore. You know, it was hard to get things rolling. Personally, I know from experience that like trying to get my Valnir, I was like, oh, like it should be fine to there should be groups going till the end of the phase, and then slowly over time, I started to realize, wow, like it's kind of dead on here because everyone's grinding out hardcore, and I couldn't really get it done. But if they can solve problems like that, like if there was some kind of like, oh, you can level in the classic version and then port it over to whatever you had or something like that, that might be fun. Honestly, it sounds like a great idea, but I just am a little reluctant to think about it, how that would impact their like user base and how the attention is focused.
Yeah. What do you got, Go?
I was just thinking of it right now because I've thought about this back when they had posted it in the Discord too a couple months ago, and then I was thinking it'd be great. Like it's another kind of race. You get to see people try to level up as fast as they can to 80. Because I imagine they would do like they did in Wrath and release like a fresh kata in the pre-patch. So you'd have a month, 5-6 weeks, something to level all the way up, go through all the old raids, and with all the catch-up mechanics with Titan Rune dungeons right now, people would get geared and they'd be clearing ICC, and it'd be sick to see how fast somebody could do that on a fresh realm. But if it was just like how they did it with Wrath servers, and we could continue on with ours, and then there were separate realms, what if they just had hardcore tunes instead of going to classic era? If you died, you had the option to go on a new kata realm.
Oh,
and you could
cool.
kind of populate it that way.
Oh,
that'd be sweet. Like
give
a
hardcore. Yeah,
like you died, you go to heaven.
Well, I mean, and Kim, I don't know if you know that's how the new hardcore realms work. If your character dies, you can take a free transfer to classic era.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. That's really smart actually. I really like that. I think that kind of functionality would be really cool in our current setup, but who knows? Logistically, that might be hard.
With RDF though, personally, I would just level up through RDF, even if it was a fresh realm. So, like, for me, it'd be nice to experience all the quests and stuff, but I'd spam dungeons. There'd be too many people queuing. I imagine the queues would be quick because it'd be fresh, it'd be hype, everybody'd be playing it. So, like, I wouldn't even be able to experience the quest, I don't think. unless I chose to not do RDF, which, come on.
I mean, you'd probably still, as a DPS, I mean, there'd be a ton of DPS. I mean, you'd probably still at least have a 10-minute queue. So you'd have time to quest in between. But
I'm also kind of with Go on this because I remember when TBC when it came out, all we did was grind like slave pens, right? Like there wasn't really any of like, oh, go talk to the person that turns you into a bird or whatever, you know. It was like,
I think,
all right,
though,
is everyone on? Let's go to slave pens and do this again for another like 16 hours. Okay.
I think specifically, though, that broke a lot of people from doing that route because Mel and I were like, in Wrath, we were like, not ever doing that again. No. Like, I did it with Viscount, Herb, and Corpse, and Mel, right? And I love Herb. I've known him all my life. I didn't want to talk to him for like a week after we were done with it. Like, it's just like, it's too much. It's too much. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, so.
Yeah. I know Yip was having some of those types of issues too. We're like, FJ, why do you keep seeding? You know, like, yeah.
Yep. And so, yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I feel like if you don't do it to everybody, it wouldn't be as popular, but I think they should do it. I just don't think it's going to be as popular if you can't. But the hardcore idea is kind of a neat idea to like suck some of the hardcore people into a new challenge to maybe get them into Cataclysm, and then maybe they do move their character over afterwards. It's just like, I gotta stop saying like. I say it all the time. It drives me nuts.
Like how?
The problem is, everybody's already, not everybody, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but there's a lot of people like me that are thinking maybe I'll play. I'm still kind of on the fence. This would entice me less to give it that quick try, if that makes sense. But maybe in the grand scheme of things, maybe I would enjoy it more after the journey 1 to 85. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, is it 85? Oh yeah. Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
85?
Yep.
Man, I'm so used to 80.
Yeah, the 80 to 85 is pretty dang quick. From what I remember, it'll be even quicker now with all the resources and knowledge we have. So
Definitely.
I don't know. I think it would be a good idea. I just think you'd lose a lot of the people that are on the fence, and then you have a lot of people that have a lot of money and stuff too. It's just,
yeah, I wouldn't want to.
Do I want to start over?
My gold. It would be a bit hard to exponentiate again, because the biggest part is like once you hit a critical mass of gold, it's just like, okay, now I can do stuff, right? But like,
just like
starting
real
all
life.
over, yeah, basically, right? Like, the thing is, like, I don't want to go back to like hunting for like cloth on the auction house and vendoring badges or bandages and stuff like that, because that used to be a thing, right? It's like you can get this fractional amount of gold out of vendoring badges or bandages, and it's like, oh my god,
that's still a big thing in hardcore, especially solo self-found.
Nice. Yeah, I hate that kind of stuff. I'll be honest, like, yeah, it makes you gold, but at what cost, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of done with the farming thing because I've made myself rich. I was talking to Akona from Mere Casuals, and he's like, he always asks me these questions like, did you farm this for this, or did you just buy it from the auction house? I'm like, bro, do you even have to ask? I don't even make my own gems. I just buy them from the auction house when I need them. And then once a month, I go and collect all my badges from all my people, trade in for all the gems, send them all to my gem guy, make them, and put them on the auction house. I don't use anything that I make myself. I do make a lot of stuff, but I do it in huge batches. And then I sell everything from that point on with a bank called. I don't do it as I need the things, you know, and I don't keep stuff on hand unless I think it's going to go up in value. And yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I do the same thing where it's like, Crafting versus just buying direct at the auction house. If you have 2 accounts, it's so easy to just hop on your second account and send it to the one that you need it to get to.
Yep.
And yeah, it once I got the second account, that's really how it became. Where it's like I could swap over to gank and make hella gems and send them over, or I could just go on my gem only bank auctioneer and either if I have some in there, then I'll just send them over. But if not, then whatever, I'll just buy them. Unless it's like a 60 gold difference. That's like I would say that's enough to make me
Yeah,
craft it on my own.
think about it a little differently, but I just like to craft. I like to craft while I'm doing chores or around the house. So I wait till I have a bunch of the resource, and then
Yeah.
like I need to do an enchanting craft. I have like I don't know 300 of the the freaking
Crystals?
The vellums?
the crystals that
Oh, okay.
you get off epics. I can't think of the name
Yep.
of them now.
Oh, yeah.
This
And then I have a ton of all the other enchanting mats, so I need to make a bunch of executioners and all the different things. Not executioner, but
berserking.
yeah, and all the different things that people need right now. But I've waited. It's been, a month and a half of just collecting all kinds of stuff, and I just want to do the stuff while I'm walking around the house and just walk back and click the thing and do some stuff and walk back. Like that's the type of way that I like to craft, not individually. It's just too much to do.
I would say that enchanting is the hardest one to do that with because you have to click it every time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a 5-second delay.
Luckily, most of my chores are real close to like right here.
Nice. That is convenient.
Yeah,
Like,
but I can do it also while watching something. You can do it while chatting with someone on stream, but yeah, it's just easier that way. And like when you have this much money, it's fine. So
yeah. Enchanting, I will say, is the best one to do while watching a TV show. I think the best chore ones are going to be alchemy or mass engineering and tailoring. But I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself here.
All right, well, yeah, thank you for your question, and I think it would be neat. I just don't know how it would play out with everybody's current way of playing in Wrath. You have people that are very content with raid logging and enjoying the game in that way, and I don't know that you really want to take that from them. But I do like Go's idea of a hardcore realm that just moves you. You could just move to a different server after you die. It's a pretty cool idea right there. To be something different. And it'd be a cool challenge for the hardcore community because I bet a lot of people have not played those quests. I mean, it's completely new quests everywhere. The entire place has changed, all the zones. I know it's easier the more expansions you get, to level, but still it'd be a neat challenge.
Do they really work over like everything?
Everything.
Wow, I didn't know that actually.
All of the quests are even more. I mean, it's streamlined. It's not like it was before, where quests over here and quests over there. You literally go to a zone, you do all the quests, you come back, turn it in. Most of the time, the same spot. Go back, do some more quests. 3 rounds of that, then you're off to the next zone. So it'd be interesting to check out.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, and all the land's different. Like everything's blown up or changed, and it's a very weird place. And you can fly in the old world in Cataclysm, which is really weird too.
I'm a fan of it. I know a lot of people don't like it. I love it.
I love it too. I do think it's a bad thing for the game. I've come around to that. I love it, but I don't think it's actually good for the health of the world. No one's ever on the ground unless they're doing something. So that's where I think it causes a problem. But I do enjoy flying.
I just liked flying to the front of the Stormwind and like being able to sit on top of the spires that like you never could back in vanilla. You're like, ha ha ha, try getting me up here. And then you have people like I don't know, like trying to pyroblast slowfall you, palm pyroblast you from the air. That was really fun. I remember Butters fondly talking about getting a getting a chain of priests. They're all like stacked like a little bit above each other, and they just life grip someone all the way up to the top, and then
Oh, so it's like juggling.
yeah, but like they just like shoot someone like straight to the top using a life grip, and all the priests just levitate down, and they're like, ha ha ha.
I definitely remember in, I don't know if it's TBC or Wrath, but being like AFK on a mount, and some druid comes by, cast Moonfire 2 or 3 times as they drop past me, that goes back to bird, flies up, Moonfire, back to bird, flies up, Moonfire, and kills me. I saw it happening like one of the times. I always was wondering how I died, and I'd look at the combat log and see Moonfire, and then I got to see it one time as I was walking back. But it used to happen to be a lot when I would AFK in the air.
Gotta put a camera on top of your monitor, like who's this fucker?
Oh, all right. Well, what has everybody been doing? Why don't we let you go first, Go? What you been doing lately in WoW Classic?
I guess Headless Horseman. I've been doing every day on minimum 3 tunes, and then I still hadn't gotten the mount after the first week, so I added in my Alliance Boomy on Benediction, my 4th druid, and it took 3 or 4 additional days. I finally got it this morning.
You got it. Wow.
I finally got it. Yeah.
Congrats.
And I've been seeing everybody else get it like day 1, like half the guild got it, and I was like, what is going on?
Seems like the drop rate's really high now compared to any time it ever was in retail.
For everybody but me until today.
Congrats.
Yeah, so I got that. Been doing tons of ICC. 10-man, I've done hard mode everything except for maybe Syndragosa. I don't know if I've done it on hard mode, maybe once. And then normal Lich King, got normal 10 Lich King down. And 25 is almost the same. No Professor Putricide, no Syndragosa, no Lich King on hard mode. But hard mode, all the other ones.
Did you know
for those 3?
Did you know that I just watched Willie's raid? Raid review.
Mm-hmm.
After the second week of lockouts, it was either 61 or 62 guilds beat the Lich King on hard.
Yeah, that's crazy. I had done a poll on YouTube, and I asked, like, have you downed the Lich King at all? And I put, the options 10, 25, normal, hard mode for each of them. And 50% hadn't done, like, any of the Lich King kills. So I was like, that's crazy.
We did our first prog last night. We did our first prog of regular last night on 25.
I was lurking a little bit. I saw you guys. Yeah,
it looked pretty decent. I mean, I think we got some good progress on there. It's just like things like the defile, I think, is actually huge.
It's rough.
Like,
it's so rough. You have to be fat. I mean,
they don't give you very much
fast,
time at all.
but you have to run the correct way. Like if you run through, like, and that's the way I think most people are. Everybody, including casters, is supposed to stack on the butt so that you can run in whatever direction. But if everybody's not stacked and you run towards people, you're screwed. I mean, you have to run immediately. Like I learned to keep it'll be coming up, and I'll stop DPSing. I'll stop my rotation, like just a second or two before, and put my finger on my engineering boots. And for people without NG, oh my God.
Yeah. I was about to say, like, you're kind of griefing right now if you don't have NG. But I'm sure that's not really the case. Like if you're fast enough, you could totally make it up. But still, it must be so hard to do that without NG boots.
It's one of the fastest reaction time things I've ever seen. So far in Classic.
I wonder if mages can pre-ice block it before it gets cast on them. That'd be kind of cool.
I don't know.
Interesting. Or if it would just go on to somebody else.
Maybe, which would suck. Yeah.
Wouldn't suck for the mage, though.
I mean, another
No
bad
blame.
part, since we're shitting on Defile, it's such a big area immediately when it's dropped too. So
Yeah.
if you're in like 12, 15 yards away from anybody, then they'll be inside your little circle. It's like, damn. Like if the Defile was tiny, like the size of your hitbox or something, maybe a little bigger, then it wouldn't be nearly as bad. But yeah, it's
Yep.
rough.
Was it like 10 meters?
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah. It's not fun at all. But I think we did prog for about an hour and 50 minutes, and we were real close.
I think we did pretty well for week 1.
Yeah, a poll or two more, and you guys are going to get the whole yip treatment of this, but a poll or two more, and I think we would have had it down. And the weekend might even get it down this week because of the experience that the people that are in both raids got. So weekends really popped up, man. It's a
True.
different raid now.
They have improved significantly, I think.
Oh, a ton. Yeah, it's
like.
Oh, sorry.
Getting out a lot of the people that didn't really care as much about the game, like I think really helped us. And
yeah,
I feel like they just dropped off because of a lack of interest, which is fine with me.
We got your buddy Go, who has been a very good information source, which helps a ton. And we've got why am I blanking on his name? I need to say his name to give him a shout out. Dang it!
I know him as Me Please, but I don't know if he goes by something else with you guys.
He goes by something else. Oh well. Well, he's been extremely helpful. We've gotten a lot of good people in there. The only problem that Weekend has is just the roster boss. That's the only problem that still persists there. And it's a weekend raid. Like it's gonna have roster boss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you spoil a little bit, like how your prog was on Lich King? Did you get to phase 3 where you're kiting the spirit, the vials? I think
we got to it. We got to phase 3 a few times, and
nice.
Yeah, and Jordy had said, I think Jordy was spot on. He said, like, good guilds, your normal good guilds are going to, and when I say good, guys, I mean, you guys think good seems to me like the 98th percentile. Like you think that like Fusion's good. Fusion's excellent. Like that's an excellent guild. What we're talking about is good. We're talking about above average guilds. And he said they'd need about 2.5 hours prog. And we were at about an hour 50. I think we were spot on. A pull or two more, and I think we would have had it. We were just out of time. And also, I think if we came back the next day and everybody's mind was fresh, I think it's a kill. Boom. So
yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's just like our prog on what's his name, dude after Loot Ship.
Sarfang.
Yeah, we came back the next day and two shot it. I think.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah.
Our Tuesday raid, I feel like was excellent this week.
Mm-hmm.
We downed so much stuff. I was like, holy crap, like are we the same guild? Like this is kind of nuts.
Yeah, and I think the gear helps a ton, and it is a big jump. Even the 264 stuff can be a big jump for a lot of different previously BIS items. If they weren't 258 pieces, the other thing that sucks is the gearing process. The gearing process really sucks because I could go buy tier, right? But I can't use the tier until I upgrade it at least because it's 7 eye levels lower than my 258 tier, But
yeah, I just got my 4-piece today, so I know a lot of people this week, and if not this week, next week, they're getting their 4-piece too, I'm sure, and that's just going to help so much more for hard modes.
Yeah, I'm so
even
behind.
if it's just the stamina on that gear, like more stam is huge. Like that's something I've been thinking about this last week. Is just like, even if I'm simming something that's maybe 5 DPS below, because it's different stats, like going from crit haste to like haste spirit or something, which isn't as great for Boomy. If it's got more stamina, I'm like, okay, like I'll throw the stamina on. Help for prog.
See, what I'm dealing with now is I really need to just get off my ass and get Deathbringer's Will or whatever, the cheaper one, because I'm on Rogue, and Rogue makes an awkward swap this phase from, not really worrying about armor pen too much to everything armor pen. And the problem is now I'm getting to the point to where I'm hitting 46% armor pen, which is as high as I can go without making runestone proc way worse. So anything past that, like with runestone proc at 46%, I get 100. If I go past that, then the proc is just kind of not worth it. So yeah, I'm like in a mix of like armor pen gems and attack power gems, and I have to make that swap, but I need a different trinket just to once I move past that spot. And so I think that's why combat rogues are a little lower in the DPS at the moment, because they're making an awkward swap. I think they're going to be a lot better.
I mean, we'll talk about DPS rankings here in a little bit, but I don't want to hear you complaining about how low
I know.
Bro.
I know. Well, for me, I've been trying to catch up. I've had to redo my entire computer. You wouldn't believe how many things. Raid's been, I think I have everything now, but I'd be in Raid this last week, and I'm slow to catch up to everybody, and I feel like an asshole, but I'm sitting here just fixing everything that now I realize because I'm in Raid that it's broke, or I don't have this thing that I need. And it's been horrible just trying to keep up with that during the Raid. So that's why I haven't streamed Raid. I streamed Raid for the first time this week, but I haven't been streaming it just because I needed to concentrate on getting all of my settings and everything back correct. And it's been a process, but I think I'm on I'm over the top of the hill and I'm gliding downhill now. There's just a few little things to fix back up, but I've been doing dungeons. I've been doing Headless Horseman. I've been doing the weeklies. I actually got kicked from an RDF group.
What?
Why?
As tank.
That's impressive.
So, okay. So I forgot about, guys. There's a new thing. If you didn't know, in RDF, there's a thing called instance chat. If you are in a party and you queue, you'll still have your queue's party chat. So if you queue with two people, you'll still talk in party if you say /P, and not to the people in your RDF group. Now, if you do /I, you can talk in instance group. But if you're not in a party and you type /P, it automatically goes to instance group. So I had done most of my stuff solo, so I had always just been able to talk to everybody with /P, and it just went to the right spot. Well, unfortunately, this time I was doing it on my druid, and I was doing the first Lich King dungeon, and we got to the first boss, and I asked everybody in the party, I was like, hey, isn't there a quest here? This is my first time doing this. I need the quest because I won't be able to re-queue for this today. And nobody answered. I was like, nobody can answer me? And then my chat said it's at the start, it's at the front. So I just started running back to the front, and I figured, they knew. Well, I get to the front, I accept the quest, I turn back around, start running back, and you've been booted by the group.
Dang.
And I was like,
wow, unforgiving.
Okay.
Wow.
And then they told Akona, who I was grouped with, that I was trolling. And it wasn't until later that I realized, it was later, like 3 to 4 minutes later, but I was like, I wasn't talking in party, so they had no idea what I was doing.
So wait, Akona must have voted to kick you too then, because doesn't it need to be 4 people?
Needs 3.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 4. I was like, wait a second.
That's a big rip.
So I was like, well,
I've had a couple people like vote to kick, and maybe it's gone through one time. A lot of times there's I guess 2 people that are just like, nah, like don't vote to kick. So yeah, people have like a short, not attention span, but like they're on edge. They're in those dungeons. They just want to keep going.
And they
if
don't
somebody
talk.
slows it down, yeah, if somebody slows the group down, they're just like, let me just vote to kick them.
Dude, they don't talk, which annoys the crap out of me. It's like, just, but at the same time, I said it in the wrong chat, so maybe somebody would have answered me, and maybe I would have been fine, because we were real close to the start. I could have ran back and grabbed it. Who knows? Somebody might have had it on them to share it. So
yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty funny. But I'm taking a different role in the weekend raid now. It was decided between me and Harskar and Yip that Warriors are a little rough right now tanking in ICC, and I think it's doable, but I also think it is definitely not the best way to go, especially with a more casual raid. It's a completely different style of healing that you need to do on a warrior. It's very different, and it's almost griefing the raid because of lack of practice on, that type of thing and everything else. And so I'm moving to the role of DPS feral, and then part-time, third tank.
Feral?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
cool.
third tank if we need it, or backup tank if a tank doesn't, can't come that week. And I'll be doing DPS as feral. We've already got 2 warriors DPS in the raid, and that's 1 too many already. No, I'm kidding. They're getting better, but still, I don't know if there'd be enough plate and everything else and resources to make 3 a super awesome option. And we're losing one of our rogues, so it makes sense to go leather. And yeah, I think it'll just work out.
Are we losing?
MKMA has to go, so
okay.
he isn't going to be able to make the time anymore. I hope I wasn't not supposed to say that. I don't think it's like hush hush or anything. But yeah, so the Warriors going to go to GDKPs once I get that going and back on track. But right now, until everything's set with the guild and the guild raids, I kind of just want to keep focus on that and not do too much GDKP stuff. So yeah, that's all I've been doing. What about you, Kim? And I kind of want to get caught up on some auction house stuff and the different things you've been doing.
It's funny you say that, because I was very politely crafting in the background as you were saying stuff. Basically, I don't know. Biggest highlight, I think, was getting Shadow's Edge for Block Obama. He's got Shadow's Edge in 5 shards right now, so I'm 10% of the way there on Shadowmourne.
And how are you doing that? How are you facilitating
GDKP.
that? GDKPs?
Unfortunately, yeah. I think I might, once I get enough knowledge, I might just try to do like an all normal mode, an SR type of run or something like that, and just HR the shards, just because if they keep up at the price that they're at, I don't think I really want to do that.
What are they at?
Of course, but last run I did, I paid 11K per for mine, which is, it's like 550K at the end of it if you continue with that price. So I'm kind of I'd rather be able to just have that extra capital on hand, and I probably wouldn't pay over 500 for Shadowmourne, but just getting it in the start. And I was using a Furious 2-hander, which is 238 PvP statted. So I'm I really need to swap this out, and Shadow's Edge just seemed like the perfect thing for me. And now that I have Shadow's Edge, I can actually do rep runs and get my kills in, so that's always nice. Outside of that, I guess I've just been crafting, playing some Putin, playing some KimJongOOM, and Block Obama in arenas. I was able to hit 2K with both my priests last season. And I would kind of like to continue that and try to get Block Obama further up there, even though I'm a massive warrior noob and I don't even know that you're supposed to rend people.
I mean, you can
like
rend rogues. It's not bad, right?
I mean, you're supposed to rend like everybody apparently.
Really?
It gives you I think it gives you overpower procs or something like that.
Oh yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
overpower whacks people, and there's I think that there's a new overpower thing where like if you hit them while they're casting, they output like was it 20% less damage or healing. So it's it's all a steep learning curve, like
dude. Oh my god, that's why people rend weave. Why did anybody explain that to me when they told me I should because I was like, I'm not gonna switch over to rend. That seems crazy, but I forgot about the increased procs on overpower.
Yeah, but the weird thing is you got to swap back to battle for overpower anyway. So you got to like, I feel like you got to manage your rage really well, and then do that if you're not like tactical mastery build.
Wait, I don't think you have to do that anymore, do you? For overpower,
I think you do. If I'm in Zerker, I can't hit overpower on them. I think you got to swap over.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and you can only put up rend in battle anyway, right?
Yep. Yeah. That's why I was like, I don't want to do that. Seems crazy.
It's really funky though, because like if you get the proc and you're in Berserker, I don't think it really like it doesn't pop up as available to you, right? Because you're in Berserker and you're not able to hit it anyway. So you need some kind of like weak aura to tell you like, hey, you got this overpower proc. If you have the rage, or if you've used up a lot of your rage, maybe you swap over. I don't know. I'm not like a warrior expert. I'm just figuring all this out now. So.
I've got those weak auras for every proc.
And they just all kind of blend together in your brain and make a soup of procs. You're like, ugh.
Well, for overpower, I've always had a separate one, but for slam, I've got it on my little warrior bar thing that's got all my stuff, and it just pops up, and that's when I know to hit that and stuff. So, but lots of times I'll just have it just pop up in the center of my screen. I'm like, oh yeah, like I do, like in hardcore on my warrior, it just pops up there. Overpower.
That's nice. Yeah. Basically, I've been trying to get. Not really trying, like just kind of like lip service trying to get a little better at warrior. On the what's it called, on priest, I just watched a lot of what's that dude's name? Anyway, Mira always is like, oh, this guy is hey, did you see this guy did this? I forget. Oh man.
Oh, an S priest PvPer?
Discs.
Disc PvP.
Yeah, I've been playing Disc, and I'm actually trying to maybe transition Kim into being Shadow since he's like a rage at a priest. So
is it Hydra Mist?
Hydra, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching a lot of Hydra last season, which really helped my gameplay. I think just like watching how he positions and like when he does certain things, or like when to go offensive, which is really huge in Disc PvP. But basically, Putin has Heroic Solace and he has Show of Faith, which is like really good for discs. And I think if I have a chance at getting Phylactery or DFO on Kim, then I'd like to play Shadow with him on it if possible. Unfortunately, Block Obama is still a gnome. So I'm waiting to get either DBW or maybe I'll grind out a runestone and then race change. But I like my little gnome warrior. He like whenever he battle
escape
shouts,
artist for PvP sounds sick.
It is nice. When it was like a 1 minute cooldown, it was super nice. And then now it's like 145, and I'm like,
and it's also
not really as worth.
The human racial is just too big. That's why everybody goes
so
human.
Big. Yeah, I just like seeing the little Block Obama going, yeah, whenever like he battles, or like whenever he does a stance change.
And Oh, that's great. Yeah. Have you thought about PvPing Prot? The Prot PvP, from what I always heard in stage 4, Prot PvP is out of this world.
I've considered it, but like I don't have a good enough one-hander for that yet, I think. I'm using like Remorse from War. Maybe if I pick up something like a good one-hander later on, like a 264. Yeah, because on block, Shadow's Edge is a great two-hander for PvP, I think. I mean, compared to what I had before, like it was a massive upgrade. So grabbing in order to actually like effectively play, I think I would have to have a better one-hander.
Is that the one from the Hilt?
Which one?
Shadow's Edge?
Shadow's Edge is... Oh, no, that's Kel Durar, I think.
Okay.
Shadow's Edge is the pre-Shadowmourne.
Okay.
Yeah, 25 Primordial Serenites, Festergut, Rotface, quest items, and friendly rep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask you a real quick PvP question. Have you experienced any like botting while you've been climbing the ladder? Like any noticeable botting, or because I've thought about trying to get 2K, but like I just see video after video of people saying that it's just like arena ladder is just all bots, like scripting and stuff too.
Scripting, for sure happens at like the highest levels. I don't know if I necessarily have seen that as much, but then again, I'm actually probably one of the worst people to try to identify it too. Because I'm like, oh, this guy's just really, really fucking good. Like, oh my god, he's unbeatable. How do you do that? And it could just be like, ha ha ha, button.
Yeah.
I think Mira, LZ, of course. Those two guys would really know how to identify it if they see it. Yeah, I don't know. There has been a lot of widespread like, oh, this rank 1 player is totally scripting.
Yeah.
Like there's been a lot of that news that's come out recently, and I'm kind of like, man, you guys are already good. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, come on, man. But I guess when you're at the very top like that, like, and a lot of your viewership at that point depends on you playing really well. Maybe that's just part of it, right? So who knows?
I just know it sucks. I haven't done any PvP in all of Wrath, and it's such a different game. I'd have to do so much learning, and I learned a bunch of different classes in Wrath, and I've enjoyed that like more, I think. So just haven't done it. But for the auction house, like you're still going strong, but I've got to ask you, because I got hacked, and when I came back, everything was double, 3 times the price it was for consumes than it was before. What happened?
Well, you got hacked, Bob. Everyone's like, "Oh, Bob got hacked. Let's jack up the prices." I think the primary thing that you're probably talking about is like things derived off of herbs and things derived off of fish. For example, Northern Spices increased 50% in price from its baseline pre-patch. A lot of the fish have as well. Basically, a lot of the stuff that requires repetitive grinding has gone down a lot. I think a lot of it is because there is kind of a lack of bots now, to be honest. Like, a while ago, like I think there were some bots that came around and did, I don't know, whatever farming. But looking at all the herb prices now, like it really doesn't feel like there are any bots out there. And that's kind of
interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, like the cheap labor is gone, right?
The double-edged sword of the bots.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I freaking love the bots, man, because like sometimes I would like people would see me buy a shitload of stuff and they're like, "Hey, I have like 5,000 adder's tongue. Do you want it like for a bulk price?" And like sometimes I'd be like, "Okay, cool," but there's not really that many things like that going on right now, and yeah, I think both Butters and I stocked up a ton on like pygmy oil and adder's tongue and stuff like that right before. I think he stocked up more than I did, which I think was smart. Like I basically sold a lot of my stuff after, let's say, like 100% increase, and I should have waited for the 200% increase that came. You know, when speeds were like 15 gold per, wild magic was like over 20. The biggest crunch currently is because of Lich Bloom. You know, like Lich Bloom not only is the primary herb for wild magic in a 2-to-1 ratio, which makes it over 20 gold a pop at our current prices, but it's also the primary herb used in every single. It's like the main herb used in every single flask. So Stoneblood needs 7, Frostworm needs 5, Endless Rage needs 7. Like those are like a lot of herbs that you need, right? Like basically at 10 gold per Lich Bloom, you know, 1 Endless Rage is 30. Like it basically you craft 2 per craft of flask, and then you can get procs, right? I think that proc rate is around 20%. But basically, yeah, it's like 30. If you don't have any, if you're not adding in any specialty or specialization, an Endless Rage right now, like if you just look at the match, it's like over 35 gold, right? So yeah, like some flasks right now on the market are even selling for, like, believe it or not, the prices seem high, but compared to the craft cost, it's actually lower. So for me personally, I haven't really even been crafting flasks. I've just been looking for when the flask price dips below the equilibrium point of craft versus material, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've just been buying them out and playing around like that, which is actually a massive risk. Like I am basically gambling, right? But it's educated gambling, right? Because like if it costs X amount to make it and it's selling for less than that, then the chance of the herbs going up means that, you know, like I'm making a good move. If it goes down, then maybe I'll hit equilibrium point. But it is a massive risk because of the fact that like each individual one is so much that maybe like eventually the inflation will just drop down like really hard. You know, like there's always a pattern during each phase where like the first week and a half or 2 weeks, everything is elevated because everyone wants materials to prepare and to go through prog. And right before the phase releases too, you see the price just jack up. Usually I like to buy all my preparation materials at least a couple weeks before the phase is announced. Like, hey, like, you know, ICC dropping on X date. Once you've heard that, it's probably usually even too late to buy stuff to invest. But in this time around, that actually was a good call to, like, even if no matter what, just like buying it earlier. I personally had no idea that the prices would go this insane. It is kind of nice, but I also have a little bit of like auctioneer's regret that I didn't do more with it, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But it's okay. I'm literally crafting wild magics right now in the background, so everything's gonna be all right. And you know, to be honest, for the most part, for the potions market at least, I found that it basically hits. You basically still make it like a 10% profit no matter what, after procs, you know. But flask market is a little bit more hairy. There didn't used to be as many what I like to call auction shitters on the market in the flask market, but now I think a lot of them have moved over there because I think potions have become so unwieldy.
What is an
Because of
auction shitter?
variability. Oh, it's basically someone that like completely disregards the current market and just posts like at a relatively low number, but not a low enough number that you want to just instantly buy everything out. Like you really have to think about buying it out if it's going to happen. And then once you buy it out, they repost at the same price. And so you're basically just like, they're just sinking in the market.
That's
just
me. I'm a shitter.
But you're not a bot shitter, because bot shitters have a ton of inventory that they just try to get out of the way because they've botted their way through, right? So it doesn't really matter to them as much. Like they're probably people aren't the same people that are buying herbs and then crafting. Those are the people that are botting to get their herbs, and then once they have their herbs, they just completely, they're like, whatever, like the price doesn't matter to me because this was all essentially free to me. And that's really where that comes from. But yeah, I feel like the flask market does have a bit more of shitters because the pricing on it has increased so much that it's more worth it for them. Because if they do auction shitting at that level, it's still a lot of gold, right? So,
See,
but just not as much as the market.
I farmed, maybe it was like a month ago now. I farmed for the turtle mount from fishing. So I got stacks and stacks of glacial salmon and pygmy suckerfish. And then once I saw the price jump to over 100 gold a stack on pygmy fish, I was like, yo, what the hell is going on? And I was, they were being posted for like 109, and I would post them for 100, and they would like get bought out. And I was like, hell yeah. And then like the next day they were down to like 80 something. So I was like, hey, I got mine in. Like I was undercutting, but I made my like 1,200 gold in 30 minutes.
See, but that's on the reagent side. So you're totally cool. I love that kind of shitter. Like that's my favorite kind of auctioneer, because like I'll 100% see like, oh, 20% like difference in materials. Hell yeah, like I'm gonna do something with this, right? But it's the people that take the end products and are like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, on the one hand, it is kind of, if it's a strong enough quote unquote shit on it, that sounds really weird. If it's strong enough, then they can actually influence the downstream. If they post enough that it can't be bought out easily, then people will start posting under that and create a new stable, like a new stable line. And if the herbs kind of end up catching up to that, then that's actually overall going to be better for the consumes market, because it's cheaper, people use them more, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of the times it ends up that like, oh, it's just only like 200 potions. Like that's pretty easy to buy out and reset if it's low enough, but it's also at like 14 gold a pop. What is that? That's 2,800 gold. So 2,800 gold for only 10 stacks. I don't know if I'd want to take that risk. Maybe I just wait it out, right? Like potion of speed is ubiquitously used enough that you can just be like, I'm not posting right now, and then come back to it later.
Yeah, it's not going to not be used.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's something. Yeah, what it like consumes food is the one that the price will just keep going down as it goes on, because you don't die, right? Like prog, it's huge because you're using food every time, right?
I mean, you can also say the same for potions, right? Like every pull that you do, you're
two potions, yeah.
Depends on actually how you feel about it, right? Like some people might not even pop potions on prog, right? Like there are
so dumb.
Like, I mean, at these prices, it's understandable if it's like, oh, I only have like 20 potions.
I mean, I can see
when I know this is gonna die. Like
maybe if
we're kind of special, right? Like we have free potions from our guild bank.
We do.
Same here,
and see, and I don't even think about it because I think I've taken a 5-stack of elixir or of flasks. I took 1 5-stack a week ago. I think that's the only thing I've taken from the G Bank in 3 months. But
yeah, I don't usually see you on the list.
Well, I just feel like I'm rich. Like I'll like leave that for the people that need that. Like I would appreciate it if people did that. If I couldn't play all day like I can, then I would appreciate somebody doing that for me if they were rich. I just feel like a jerk. The only reason that I took that 5-stack is because I was like running late for raid, and it was right when I got back from like hacked, and I was like, I just got to go. I just grab this real quick.
Yeah, totally.
But I feel like if you have the money, you should buy your own, huh?
I'm glad I was able to help you out there.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got the money, but I don't buy my own. But I do pay for my own repairs. I don't use guild repairs, but I'm stealing guild consumes.
I use guild prepares as much as possible.
Oh, see?
Oh yeah. Well, we have a ton of guild repairs, and I'm like, okay, I need to repair tonight so it doesn't go into my portion for tomorrow.
I think the allotment is like
200.
Still like 200.
I think
that sounds about right.
At least for weekday raid. I don't know if it's the same for weekend raid.
I believe both are set at 200, and then I think our socials have like 100 or 50. So
yeah, and I don't run out on any character except my warrior tank. My warrior tank could be out so fast and not have repair costs.
Oh god,
it costs a fortune to repair that guy.
For real.
Ooh. But yeah, so when you say, I just want to get this question in real quick. When you say reset the market, what are you meaning by that? I know what you mean, but I want everybody at home to know what it means.
So, resetting the market is basically when you see the underlying value of, well, okay, this is a process that I go through for resetting. Is let's take, for example, potion of speed, right? If I know off the top of my head, oils are around 3 gold and Adder's Tongue are 6 gold each, right? That's a baseline cost of 15. And let's count in 20% for procs. That means your baseline is roughly around 13 gold, right? If I see a bunch of potion of speed on the market for like 12 something, and then I see a gap, like if it's like 1240, 1245, 1246, 1247, and then like 15 right underneath that, then I'm like, oh, if I buy out this chunk right here, then I'll be able to just post it at 15, which is a normalized price for it, and like have very little risk of people trying to undercut to 12 again, because it's just not worth it, like with the current materials. And some people will post at 12.5 because they, in this example, because they had it from a long time ago, or maybe pre ICC, maybe they made like 15,000 of them and are trying to offload them. Sure, like that's cool, but if you look at it, like the math behind it, there's a lot of people using those pushing the speed. I know that the time it takes to cycle through selling X amount is going to be very fast. So I'm just like, okay, I can make an easy 15% on this, right? If I just buy out everything at 12 and then repost it at 15. And this is exactly what I'm talking about with the shitters, right? The shitters are the ones that start the 12 point something. And this is more so in the middle of a phase and not necessarily in the beginning, because the beginning, like right now, like there are shitters, but it's mainly just people trying to find an equilibrium in the market. And I don't think that like those people are necessarily shitters. I think that's just like the market's just so volatile right now that like whatever you can post and get like a decent chunk of gold for, whatever, you do you, right? But yeah, like there would be times when like in the TOC phase, when some people were posting pushing to speed for like 3-4 gold, right? Where in actuality the break even price would be like, like 480 or 5 or something like that. And then you just be like, okay, well, I can actually sit here and try to craft things and make it equal value, like maybe like all the time that I spent getting those mats and stuff like that will make it so that I'm not actually making any money if I'm posting it, right? So instead of investing all that time into buying all the materials and crafting and everything like that, maybe I'll just buy out the potion itself, right? And after that, if you find like, hey, the volume of the Adder's Tongue is really thin on the market, maybe you mess around with that a bit too, and you buy out some Adder's Tongue, and you slowly increase both the cost to make and the actual cost of the product itself, and you win in both ways, right? You can make money off of both sides of it if you carry both levels of cost higher. Then again, I don't really do this that much as like a haha, I'm trying to be a dick type thing. It's mainly like, oh, benediction is depending on me to be the equalizer of the market. Like it's more that kind of thing, right? Like, I have friends that are alchemists. I'm like, usually I just send them a tip, like, hey, I'm resetting this thing right now. Like, if you want to get in on it, I don't mind if you undercut me. Because all the alchemist friends that I talk to are, they know how to play nice. They undercut by one copper, and if they see, like that it's not like that, or if I see that it's not like that and they're like undercutting by a lot, then they just know I'm not going to tip them off again, So
Yep.
So if I see people posting a copper like under, and I will go down to find whoever put it at like 30 gold. If there's a 29.99, 29.98, like I go all the way down to that nice even number and I buy their shit out.
You're
'Cause I'm like,
you're the good guy.
yeah, I'm like, fuck these. Like, it's an add-on. Like, I hate add-ons. Like, I know these guys are just like posting these things automatically, clicking a button, and I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm going. I'm going to find the
I'm not
OP.
even clicking a
It's
button.
a little more
I'm rolling
intricate.
my mouse wheel.
Yeah, it's a little more like to get TSM to work properly for you, you do have to do some tweaking, which is another thing I had to freaking set back up. Oh my God, I have none of my saved stuff.
I have no sympathy for you on that one, Bob. Sorry.
Oh, it's been horrible. Like, I've got two different sections I have three different sections of things that like will sell full stacks, will only sell like one at a time, and and then ones that are like 5 stacks. And I had all the different items put in those categories, and that shit's all gone. I just have to redo it all. It's been annoying, but once you get it set up, yes, it is clicking a button.
Yeah, just because of that, one day I came back to my computer and for some reason all my TSM stuff just got nuked. This is the first time I had TSM like set up, and for a while I had been like meaning to redo all my TSM settings, like redo the groupings based on like, I don't know, there's more optimal ways of grouping things, et cetera, et cetera. And from that point on, I just kept all my TSM info on my like keychain USB in case it ever happened again. Because like, I don't know, man. It like the TSM settings are like one of the biggest. It's like
I've set up
it's like
a
having
backup
Wigors
now.
or Gladdy or something like that. Like it's insane how useful it is compared to, like the default. Mainly also, I really like using TSM on the vendors because you can buy more than 20 at a time of anything. So candles, I buy 100 at a time just in one click. Things like that. Like there's also a sell trash button, sell BOEs button, things like that. Just make your life a lot more convenient. I will say though, the one thing that does piss me off about TSM is that sometimes their calculations are incorrect on their flasks and potions or whatever. Sometimes they'll take like a distilled valuation of it based off of non recent value, and I don't know if they're using like region value or something, but the default profit amount, usually it's correct. A lot of the times it is not, which is kind of scary because a lot of times people make their products depending on what TSM says, right? It has like on the right, it says profit amount, and yeah, I'm looking at it right now. All the flasks are like negative in value. All the potions are negative in value, but I can say for a fact that that's not really true. Like at least not to the numbers that I'm seeing. Maybe actually this one, but yeah, like it has kind of like a delay.
Yeah, definitely has a
kind of
delay.
like a delayed calculation. So be careful for that if you are using TSM. Another really really big thing is like if you have transmutes, a lot of times they will factor in the pre-transmute material cost instead of the actual cost of like the gem or whatever. So back when tailoring had a cooldown still, all the tailoring patterns would say like, oh, this is gonna make you like 400 gold per craft. And then you go and you're looking at it, it's like, well, the actual cloth itself is pretty expensive, but like I later found out like, oh, this is derived from like the transmute material costs. It's not realistic at all, Unfortunately, this also happens for me in the jewel crafting setup too, because right now I have two alchemists, one that is a flask guy and one that is a potions guy, but both of them can transmute 1 gem a day, which is really, really nice, like super nice. That's actually what I've been refilling the G Bank with, is these transmutes. But if you go to the JC tab, you'll actually see that like, oh, the profit on this cut is like 150 gold. And it's like, no, it isn't. It's like based off of the because I have transmutes built into my TSM for my alchemists, it'll take that information and automatically assume I'm getting these cuts from transmutes, which is incorrect, right? I'm buying them straight out the auction house, right? So yeah, so that also kind of pisses me off, but it's okay because what are you gonna do? I love this little program. So
well, you could, I mean, for anybody out there who doesn't have the skill to do this type of thing and just wants to do a farm or wants to do something else, there's always the Rested XP Gold Guide code reloaded at checkout, and that still is going strong. It will tell you, like, on current time, what you can look to sell your mats for different things. So if you just like to farm, you just put in the information of
really nice.
what class you are, what professions you have, and then it'll be like, hey, you can just go buy out stuff from the auction house now, make these items and sell them for this. Or you could go farm this. This is right now selling pretty high, this resource, and it'll just tell you what you can do and what type of gold you're looking at per hour. It is super nice for people, and it'll give you a variety of different things to do if you're looking for that too. Because I know Kim does this because he enjoys manipulating the market,
Yeah, it's just it's math PvP for me, basically.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I just looked up one of my things I used to farm and post, and then it got botted to oblivion, was righteous orbs. And on man, like they were gone back up to like 25 gold each, and I was like, that's getting back to where it's kind of worth it for me to go back to Stratholme. I just checked now, and like the lowest one is 90 gold. Like, what the hell is going on?
There's a lot of people going back to what is it, Crusader or whatever?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I'm about to get into Stratholme really quick.
And there's people messing around with Executioner too, which I don't get either. Really, it's weird.
Executioner is armor pen.
Yeah, and they're putting it. They're doing it like TBC. Put it on their main hand. I think they're using it to bridge the gap to not have to use Runestone, but bridge the gap while they're trying to get up to their armor pen cap. So I don't know.
I can see it. I mean, maybe it's just I think it's like you said, probably, and that combined with the fact that like, they might just be simming it, right? Like this theoretical sim gives me like 30 more DPS or something.
Yeah,
and if they got a new weapon,
what's crazy because Executioner gives you more than Runestone, but it's a shorter duration, right? So. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird looking at it, but the Crusader thing I don't get. But the orbs have got to be for Crusader, like not for anything else, right?
Yeah, gotta be, yeah.
So why?
Because they skyrocketed at the beginning of Wrath, I think.
I mean, what's the sale rate on them though? That's what I'm most interested about.
No idea. Because
like it could be that like people aren't necessarily even using them for Crusader, and maybe that's just part of the PvP Smurf level thing, whatever they're called.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
just like a
twinks?
twink. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a twink thing.
Hmm.
I could totally see that being
It could be a twin
a
game.
possibility.
Or it could be a
But-
lot of people are leveling up in RDF, maybe.
Yeah,
And you can
they're
get
heirlooming it.
Crusader right off the bat. Can you put you can put Crusaders the highest one you could put on heirlooms. So that could really be a
Oh.
thing too.
Oh,
Maybe-
that makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah.
Maybe that's why. Okay.
Cool.
Well, and, I mean, guys, if any of you know, please write in, let us know, leave a comment on the YouTube, tell us how stupid we are so that you can educate us. Do it. All right. All right.
OG.
We should probably, do you have anything else you want to say, Kim? We should probably move on though.
No, I think I'm good.
You want to do your,
For the Alliance!
oh no, actually for you.
For Nomragon.
Yeah.
Block.
Mama.
All right, well, let's move on to time for the news. All right, so I'm just going to go through these first two things of news real quick. The Headless Horseman instance limit increased to 10 per hour. Why? Why is this a thing?
Because people had more than 6 level 80s and they would get instance
Oh,
capped.
because it's cross account. Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Thank you. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I forgot that it was cross account that lockout went. So yes, okay, makes sense. Well, guys, now you can do all of your characters in roughly 15 minutes if you have a full stack of level 80s. It is absurdly fast to queue as DPS.
Yeah.
And yeah, the queue is like 1 to 2 minutes. And yeah, I didn't get it until I realized you got 2 frost badges per, and the fact that mounts are now account wide. So it makes sense. It's pretty cool.
And a tiny bit of gold. I forget how much gold it is. It's a little tiny
Like
something
20,
now.
20 something. right?
Yeah. Yes, you can get an easy 7,500 gold. Run out a couple tunes each day.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. And then the other one is the new nightmarish. What's it? The nightmarish Emerald Drake is the new reward for a 12-month subscription. But if you're like me, you're never going to get this because you play the game for free now.
Token.
Yeah, you play the game for free
Yeah.
with the token now. Is the token still under 5K?
Yeah, it's like 4K to 4.2 usually on Mancrick. Like,
Explain
Yeah,
to me how they
depending on the
fixed
time.
that. Like, it's absurd. You're not. It's great for game time, but
yeah.
who's buying the token?
I don't
Shadowborn
know.
buyers.
Yeah, but it's just crazy. Like how I feel like you'd rather just farm or GDKP. Like that's literally a GDKP payout. One.
Yeah, it's like you spend $100 and maybe you can buy one normal piece of ICC loot. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't seem worth it to me.
Yeah, it's so weird, but I mean, keep buying them because I want my free. Actually, don't buy them. Don't. I mean, if I'm telling you for you guys, don't buy them. The price will start going up then if you don't buy them.
I think
Well-
it's people that want Shadowborn and are like rich IRL and are just like, I'm just gonna sell a bunch of these WoW tokens and get like 1 shard every 10 tokens I sell.
Yeah, I mean, because it is completely safe. That is, if you're rich, like rich IRL, of course you would do this over anything else. But because, like, yes, a lot of people do not get banned for buying gold, but guys, a lot of people do. I'm just saying, like, I know people that have been banned for buying gold. A lot of people do get banned. Everybody says. Yeah, and, I mean, I can point them out across all of Classic. I mean, we haven't had one guy who they were doing a thing where they would ban you for a week and take your epic mount back in vanilla. And we had one guildie that happened to, and he just quit. Like, he just wasn't going to play after that. I'm not going to say his name, but yeah, people do get banned. So don't think that it's just like everybody says Blizzard doesn't do anything, but they do stuff. They do stuff. They just might not do it all, but you can definitely get banned for buying gold. So I would suggest not buying gold, but
Yeah, I mean, like the prohibition is lifted. You know, like you all can go to the store and buy your legal alcohol tokens or something. You know, like the analogy is there, right? Like they lifted the yeah.
just got heavy taxes.
Legalize it. Yeah.
All right. So the next thing is, yeah. All right, we got the.
We can skip it if you want to. We don't have to talk about it.
Well, okay, we should talk about it though, because this is nuts. So, week 2 DPS rankings in Icecrown Citadel are absolutely crazy. For the first time in all of Classic Wrath of the Lich King, Unholy Death Knight is not on the top.
I mean,
That
it's
is
still
nuts.
pretty high up there.
Okay, well, it's still on the top if we're looking at the what's it called? The like the full overall. Like the overall statistics, Survival Hunters like number 2. But if we're looking at the 95th percentile damage on everything, now this is trash, overall damage, Hunter's on top. Boss damage, Hunter's like 3rd. I mean, we've still got the unholy DKs on top, but it's a little crazy how much this has shifted. Combat Rogue's way down in the middle with like Shadow Priest, and Destruction Warlock has actually moved up. Fury Warrior still isn't like really pushing, but I really believe that once all the armor pen stuff gets in, you're going to see a lot of shifting here on this graph. But for right now, Feral Druid is number 3 on trash and number 2 on bosses. I'm telling you that buff was a little too much. I still think table slams idea would have been amazing, and
I think
we've said it to the devs. They still could do it, but making Cower the thing that gives you a free spell would be better for the raid, better for the tank trying to, keep your threat down. And it would be a 10-second CD instead of a 6-second CD on Feral Fairy Fire. So I don't know.
Cower's like faint, right?
Yeah.
But no one hits it because it does nothing. But if it gave a DPS gain, everybody'd hit it.
That would be kind of nice. I mean, I think a lot of these numbers, I think it's also a bit premature to kind of draw conclusions from this because no one really has a 4 set yet, which I think is going to end up being big.
Mm-hmm.
I know for Shadow Priest, it completely changes like how we play.
Well, then Ret Pally is quite a bit lower than I thought it would be, but guys, just wait till they get their tiny bomb in a jar. It's I've seen some numbers, and it's absurd what percentage of their DPS comes from the tiny bomb in a jar.
Yeah, Scotty's got the normal version, I think, and he's got his 4-piece, and he's pumping on the bosses, on trash. Like, it's the ret damage from him is insane.
Tiny A-bomb in a jar.
But yeah, even hunters. Like, I wasn't expecting hunters to be all the way up there. I think
me
a lot
neither.
of the tier list had hunter as like question mark, but they did have, DK, Feral, like Warlock up there. So it's kind of neat to see hunters climb all the way up that high.
One day our time will come, us Shadow Priests.
I'm feeling it with you down there towards the bottom of the these lists here.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised about the Balance Druid. Like, I wouldn't think it's all the way down there.
Yeah, I had an excuse for why we were down that low, and that's because it's Prague. We have to battle res, we have to innervate our healers, but so do feral druids, and feral is at the top. So I mean, does that just mean feral's just going to take over after Prague because they don't have to be res too? They don't have to innervate as much.
Yeah, I mean, at least you always have to have at least one there
Yeah.
with like Shadow Priest. We're the few, the proud.
We're gonna have
morons.
3 Shadow Priests in our raid on Monday, and
Right.
I don't know what to think about that.
We used to have a council of Shadow Priests in weekend, and I ended up going holy for healer reasons, but it was nice to be like, ha ha ha, look at a Shadow Priest, and we just all like be huddled in a corner, like emitting dark auras and crap, and it's nice.
I mean, Shadow Priest has some assignments and stuff too. They can disperse and take care of a couple of things from bosses. And
Yeah,
trash damage, you got some AoE. It's like Hunter, Shadow Priest, like Feral Druid, Boomy. We're all up there on trash, like big packs.
yeah,
Dude, you talk
yeah.
about
Like getting the seer down is nice. Having inner focus mind seer is super nice.
you talked about B-res and innervate as a feral druid, right?
Yeah.
So I don't want to be crude, but I'm gonna do it. So doing a B-res or an innervate as a feral druid, sometimes it's nice because sometimes you have that proc that's in there and you've got an instant one, right? It's great, right? But either way, going out of your form and stopping your rotation feels the same as pulling out. You're going 95 miles down the freaking highway. Your hair's on fire. You're having a good time, and then you throw it in reverse, and it just messes up your whole transmission. And so,
but in this version, there's a new life that comes up.
Oh, true. It's the opposite.
Nice.
But it's so like, okay, yeah, I got to do that. But it's so jarring, and I can't tell you how many times. And I mean, I'm still fairly new to. I'm still fairly new to a druid. You know, I've only played it through TOGC, but there's been times where I go back into DPS. I'm like, why is it not working? Oh, I got to go back to cat. Because I have my stuff set up so it automatically, just brings me out of cat to like cast. I've got them set up on click, so I just hover over their name, click it. It is a pain in the ass when you don't know where they're at. You're trying to find them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the people that do what I do. When someone calls a B res on you guys, just go up to your little mini map and just ping where you're at. It's gonna make your druid love you. Just do it. Don't say anything. Just ping. They'll pick up on it, and most likely they'll pick up on it. But it makes it so much easier to find somebody. Like TOGC wasn't as bad, but there was still times where I'm like, where is this person? And they're way over off in a corner somewhere. And if you're zoomed out, like most of us are, you can't see where everybody's at. And so just a little quick ping right when that B res is called can be so nice.
And saying your actual tune's name, if you're asking for an innervate, goes a long way. So I'm not staring at the raid frames going, all right, who's really low on mana? Who's a healer? Did it sound like it was this guy? I don't know.
I usually call up my group number too.
Mm.
I'm like, I never need an innervate, but usually if I need something from someone, I'm like, oh, can I get blah blah blah? I'm in group whatever.
See, in my GDKP, it makes it so nice because all the healers are in the 5th group. And so the way my raid frames are set up, that group's like on the far left. I can just look at it real easy, and see, and sometimes preemptively give them an innervate when they don't even need it. But a lot of the people, we assign the different druids to different people, and they'll just set up a macro that sends me a tell, and then Foji puts a little thing on my screen that says innervate, you know? And so the tell comes in and just lets me know, like, in the front of my screen, oh, somebody just called for an innervate, and then I look down there, see their name, can quickly, like, click on it, and makes it nice. Oh,
That is pretty convenient.
But yeah, the percentiles are crazy. I do think a lot of things are going to change. I think warriors, combat rogues are going to shoot up, but boy, feral druids scare the crap out of me because they're going to keep going up too. Yeah, and then fire mage. Yeah, I don't know enough about everybody's stuff, but it is like Balance Druid has literally gone down to just above the, like, it's the one above the meme specs.
Yeah, that
Like,
feels bad, man.
The only thing under them is Beastmaster Hunter, Arms Warrior, Subtlety Rogue, Frost Mage, and Gladiator Warrior. What happened? Is your 4-set going to help?
No, our 4-set actually is not going to help. I don't think that much. Even like our 2-piece, our idol, everything's not too great. Like the best things we have going for us is getting the trinket, phylactery, and then maybe like the main hand offhand from Lich King, which is heroic Lich King. So it's going to take us a while to even start getting those. And based off of everybody else's like loot council prios, I don't think they're going to be giving Boomy the trinket. The first one, the first 3, they're going to be giving it to that fire mage. They're going to be giving it to other class like the warlocks. So, yeah, if you're in a loot council guild, you're going to be staying on the bottom.
Damn.
We had like a couple of things that might have helped us. Like there's a staff called Nibelung, and if that would have procced off of our 4-piece, then it could have helped that.
Ooh.
Yeah, it could have helped that staff give us a little extra value, but I guess it doesn't proc from that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not good.
It's not good.
No.
I
In
feel
my
like
personal raids, I'm pumping, but then I look at these and I'm like, what is everybody else doing? Like, I'm not bottom 20 in my raid. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, that just boils down. I mean, a lot of this, especially when you're looking at the top 95th percentile, I mean, everybody's playing really, really well. And they are going to those. This is like these types of DPS ratings are almost like they hurt people that because it keeps growing. I'm trying to say this in an eloquent way, but people see and they hear this isn't viable. They don't even give it a try. They don't even waste the time working on it. So boomies, like you said, get less. They get less loot counseled to them. They get less and less and less. So then it makes it even more of a self-fulfilling prophecy rather than anybody finding out. Because I still think if you'd went heavy armor pen for your abyss list as a combat rogue in the TOC phase and even late Ulduar phase, I still think rogues would have been doing more, like combat rogues. Yeah. But nobody was willing to try, and the gear set would have been completely different than the gear set that was going on. And they just took those from Sims, you know. And I still think the armor pen Sims, maybe they're getting better now, but I still think they just don't properly work. So
yeah, and then it doesn't help that our tier is the same as Feral Druid, yeah, and Death Knights. So who are you going to give your tier to first if you're in a loot council guild? Your DK and your Feral Druid, or are you going to give it to your Boomkin?
Yeah, that dude sucks to be on that list with them. And who's the other one on that list?
I was trying to look it up really quick.
Is it Rogue?
I think it's Mage.
Oh, it's Mage now. I was with the DKs. Too, yeah. My Rogue was with the DKs, I think, last time. Is
No,
it?
you're still on there. Yeah, Rogue, Mage, DK, Druid. Yep.
Yep. It
That's
sucks.
so many classes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been hoping to get one on my rogue, and every time it goes to somebody else, I'm like,
And then, I mean, to be fair, let me justify our low position a little bit more here. We've got a lot of assignments on a lot of different bosses. Like we've got clones, we've got roots on the second Death Whisper. I thought there was like a third thing too that we had to do on that fight. But we've got like the Typhoon, we're knocking back on Sarfang, the little blood beasts, Lich King for the spirits. So those aren't really helping our DPS too
true.
much.
Yeah, that is very true. You guys do have a lot of little jobs.
We've got to be like in the right position for that. We've got to throw that in the middle of our lunar eclipse sometimes, our potion uptime, our hyper speed, and we've got to throw this random GCD into our mix.
Yeah,
we've got decurses. That was the other thing on Death Whisper.
It would be fun to see the ranks boss per boss. I know Hamster Wheel did he did a video. I don't know if he did a TOGC one, but he did videos on the other two raids. And it was interesting to see how it differs so much from boss to boss, you know?
Yeah.
Because there are bosses that I'm getting in our raid as the combat rogue. I'm getting like top 4, you know, top 3. And then there's some where I'm off the list and my list is like 10 people big. And it's probably like 7 people big, but I'm just like, what the hell?
So the funny one for the bosses for this one was the one with the bite. Who's that?
Oh, the vampire one?
Yep.
Yeah. On that
Blood
fight,
Queen?
Yeah, Blood Queen. Yeah, there you go. Or is it? But yeah,
Yep.
whichever one
Blood
it
Queen.
is. Yeah.
Yep.
Hunters are on top, and it was just funny like, on the logs, but on details, they're never going to be on top because they're not the ones that everybody's biting because they're a pet class. But because the way Warcraft logs normalizes the damage on that, Hunter is on top, and I think that's funny to see.
Well,
It's kind of funny.
I don't ever get bit.
I don't want to get bit either. Like I prefer to get bit last, but that's kind of because I don't use weak auras, so I don't know who I'm supposed to bite, who's supposed to bite me. Like it's just I don't want to worry about it. Just bite me last, so I don't have to.
Unfortunately, my whole guild doesn't use Foji yet, so we can't follow the bite order that Foji so nicely puts on our screen for us. That makes it easy, so you'll never overbite. But we just fill the comms with unnecessary chatter. I'm gonna bite so-and-so. No, I was gonna bite so-and-so. No, okay, then I'll bite
right next to
so-and-so.
him.
Okay, then I'll bite so-and-so. Guys, Foji just has a nice little list that says so-and-so bite so-and-so, so-and-so bite so-and-so. It's $5 a month, guys. I'm not sponsored by them, but you should definitely FOJJI. It's great. It's a great bang for your $5 buck every month. Just do it. And if you're a guild, you can pay $30 a month and provide it to your entire guild. And
We buy with WoW tokens.
yep, and you'll get I think 4 officers get access to it. So you'd have 5 different people that can hand it out to people too. So something to look into. It's way cleaner than Thames, way less lag than Thames. Like Thames would lag me up so bad. Thames is great though. I'm saying for a free product, Thames is great, but Foji is definitely better. And hopefully we get everybody moved over to it.
I want Bob to make a character named so-and-so.
So Bob. So Bob.
If you ever ask me to raid with you on the weekend or whatever, just know I'm not gonna have that Foji pack. I downloaded that loot add-on just for you that one time. That first
RC?
raid I did with you guys, yeah, I downloaded RC Loot Council like while we were clearing trash for something, and I hated it. I never used it again. After that raid, I deleted it. I was like, I just won't take loot. It's like I'm fine. I know Syndra Ghost is another fight where the weak aura pack comes in handy. It gives you your your Ice Tomb
Directional.
assignment. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep,
And
it's
I'm
super
not gonna
nice.
have that, so I'm gonna be like, hey, where's Go assigned?
Now Thames
in the
does
middle?
do
Okay.
that. Thames does the same thing. So I'm assuming Thames will probably get the order for byte order in there too. What freaks me out is I'm like, how do we know Thames looks the same as Foji as
I
far
think
as
there
the
is
names?
There is a Thames byte order, I think.
Is there? Is it
I
the
think
same?
so.
If it is, then just bite who is on your freaking thing and stop like trying to like be like, I'm gonna give my buddy bite over here. Like, stop that shit. Stop that. And stop talking
Yeah,
about
bite
it
is
during
bite.
raid. It's like there's no reason to talk about who you're gonna bite if there's an order listed.
I don't know if it's the same order though. That's the thing.
Okay, if it's not the same order, then that sucks. But I'm pretty sure everybody said that Thames and Foji was matching up on the ice blocks for Sindragosa. So as long as it matches up, like that's fine. But I guess it'd be easier to make a matchup if you were using for the Sindragosa thing, because it probably gives it to him in an order, and it probably just takes that order from left to right. Whereas with the bite thing, it might just, I don't know how it reads who you're going to bite next. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure there.
I just know that even with that weak aura pack, they were still having issues with it because I guess it doesn't lock in who it's supposed to be until 10 seconds before like your debuff goes out. So people would look at the weak aura and it would say one tune, and then they wouldn't re-look at it at that 10-second mark, and they'd go and bite the wrong person. And then they'd be like, well, it said to do this. And it's like, well, mine said to bite this guy. That was a fun night of Prague.
Now, what that could be is it either is, because Foji didn't do that for me, but it could be Thames being dumb, or it could be Thames being extremely smart, and Thames was actually able to read that the person you were supposed to bite got bit by some other Go that didn't have the proper add-on, and now it's readjusted and told you to bite somebody new.
Yeah, could be.
I'm just complete speculation. I'm just guessing. It's either really dumb or really smart.
I'm just glad I don't have to deal
Or
with
that,
it.
yeah, or a person died and it read like, "Hey, this person's dead. You need to bite somebody else." Maybe, I'm not sure. I've had enough experience in the raid to like really see yet. But yeah, is there anything else anybody has on the DPS rankings? It's crazy.
One day our day will come. That's all I have to say.
All your
One
pre-star
day.
belong to us.
One
Hey.
day.
I'm
just
right there
wonder-
with you, Kim. Right there in the middle of the pack. But we're up there in our guild's DPS, so we should take
Yeah,
solace in that.
sometimes.
Yeah, I just want to know what's going to happen when the buff comes out in like a month and a half. The 5% or 10%, whatever they start us off with.
How's that going to scale?
How is it gonna? Yeah, like is Warcraft logs gonna partition it a different way to where your parse is only with people that have the same 5, 10, 15% buff, or what are they gonna do? I don't know.
They got to kind of. I mean,
Like little mini phases.
you could
Yeah.
say that they could just take that out because they could just take a flat percent of DPS out, but then we still have the same problem with their taking tricks out, like tricks and hysteria out. Yes, that doesn't, like, it works out great except for warriors, and who else? Warriors specifically get more rage based on damage. So
Yeah.
they're actually going to have more rage because can't think if there's other examples of it, but yeah, them doing more damage completely goes into them doing even more damage, to having more resource. And so that'll be interesting to see how that affects that. But I'm assuming they'll just pull it out. But I don't know. They might have 5 different rankings. I have no idea. Which would be kind of cool because then it might force the really good guilds wanting to have the really good parses to never use the buff. Could be cool.
Hmm.
Do you know what buff we're talking about, Kim?
Yeah, there's like a catch-up mechanic type of buff later, right?
Yeah, where they started back in the day with a 5% buff to everything, then a 10% buff. It went all the way up to 30% by the end of it. But that was, I mean, it was a long phase back in the day. It was still, they've definitely said, Tim said for sure in an interview recently that they were going to put it in. They just hadn't decided when yet, and they didn't want to pull the trigger too soon.
Yeah, I'm assuming that introducing it too early would mess with the longevity of the phase and, how they're planning to do Cataclysm or whatever they want to do.
That whole part of the interview confused me a bit because they referenced Tier 5 with SSC and TK, how they nerfed like Lady Vash, and they said that was too soon, that they admit that they should have waited a couple extra weeks or something for that, and that was 13 weeks into the phase. And then he's like, yeah, but we're planning on starting this like 8 weeks or so into this. And I was like, well, wait, that doesn't match up. But it is a different mechanic. It's percentage based. It's toggleable. I said that right. I thought I was going to stumble over it. But yeah, so since you have the option, I guess that's their way of saying it might come sooner than that 13 weeks, even though that was too soon. But
yeah,
you have the option.
I took that as him trying to say we're going to try to read the room and see and try and do it at a point, that's good for everybody.
I just want to do Lich King on 0%. And I don't know if 8 weeks is long enough for us to get there. Hopefully, but it's looking rough.
It's pretty tough, man. It's pretty tough. He's definitely probably the toughest. His hard mode is probably the toughest boss we've ever seen in Classic. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see who goes past too to Kata, because Kata raids like start out this hard, which I've never agreed with. I've always thought was dumb. I think you start the expansion out with freaking easy peasy tier 1. You get all the people back, and then you might get people into it enough that they stay. But starting out with the raids that hard, I think is a bad call. But I'm not in charge, so. All right, well, let's move on to...
the Alliance!
All right, we're here with Yip to talk about raid progression, and yeah, we're here. We got a few things to talk about, but I'm going to let Yip take it away. Welcome, Yip.
Hello. I think we progressed. We skipped a week, right? Wait, have I been back after you after you got hacked? This is the first time, I think. I think we just did one so far.
Yeah, we just did one, but it was last week, though. We skipped that first week because I got hacked.
Oh, okay. But I don't think we killed like Sorrowfang yet, right? Like,
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
cool.
Was it Monday? Last week we did it? No, it was on the weekend, wasn't it?
Friday.
It was Friday. That's why it feels like there's been a lot, because there's been weekend and
like,
weekday.
I swear I've done 8 raids since we last.
Since
we last did this. So we'll go through the heroics.
Weekday,
we'll go through the heroics, and then some of the normal prog as well too, because as Bob pointed out last time, we're going for heroic prog over like Lich King killing in both raids, but we're very close in both. So I have to mute my phone, Bob. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Let's do that instead of trying to do both and talk about it. So unprofessional, guys. That's how you know it's been forever.
It always reminds me of that commercial where they're like, "My phone doesn't have silent."
Yeah, my phone makes an obnoxious like Mario getting a coin noise too. I got a new phone. I actually had a really unlucky event where the way I sat in my car perfectly launched my phone out of my pocket at the same time I slammed my door on it and just destroyed it in one motion.
God.
It was pretty fluid. Like, it might be a world record from like safety to pocket to destruction of phone. And like I'm too like I don't want to learn a new phone, so my phone just goes like ba-ding, ba-ding, like every notification.
God.
It's ridiculous.
Dude, I hadn't had mine off of silent in so long, but it was off of silent for some reason. I don't remember why I did it, but I got a text and I had forgotten that my text messages were the oh gosh, why can't I think of the name? Snake.
Solid Snake.
Yeah. And it was Solid Snakes. Bloop, bloop. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot. I did that years ago. Totally forgot it was there.
Yeah, that's funny. I was afraid you were going to say it was for the Alliance. Like, oh no. All right, raid prog. So last time I think we'd only killed the first boss on heroic in our first week. It was pretty rough. We put a lot of time into Saurfang.
We did gunship on heroic.
Sorry, gunship on heroic as well too. I guess it's a boss in a way, but we're just beating horde. That's easy. That's just a day-to-day event.
Well, now
Benediction.
we're faster at the
I don't like it. I personally don't like it.
It's so fast.
I don't like it. We do a tech. We do the distract tech. Don't like it. Easiest fight in the game. We have to cheese it still. It makes me upset. Like, we can spare the 2 extra minutes, can't we, guys? It does make it a lot faster, though. It does make it a lot faster to do it that way. But it's just like, come on. Let the raid have something on us, Let us at least waste our time. But yeah, no, right. Gunship as well, too. So Saurfang, our big change was just heroing at the beginning. And I think that almost instantly made us win. It pushes that first mark so far into the fight that like we're just not getting overwhelmed as we're going into we don't get overwhelmed as we're going into the enrage. We get overwhelmed at like 5%. So we just sort of have to hold it out a little bit longer. And then cleaning up blood beasts is the biggest thing. The biggest change we did there is having a melee blood beast where we just hodge one of the beasts and all the melee get on it. I think we just didn't have enough damage, or like the way the beasts spawn. Listen, I see them spawn where I stand as a tank, but it seems like the ranged have to like solve a puzzle every time to figure out which beast they're supposed to hit. I don't know if they have to like solve a Rubik's Cube or something before they can attack, but I have to hold my attacks until some of those beasts start dying. And even with a melee one stays at like 100% for so long. And it's like, whose is this?
My favorite was when I forget who it was. They're like, Chuckle, I think you're on the wrong one. You're attacking the one I'm attacking. And then like they went through this whole thing, and then somebody was like, yeah, you guys are both on the same one. So
you're both on the same one. Look at the chart. But a chart helps for that, obviously. There's some boss fights that I think like, I don't know if there's others, but like Cosmophile has a really good just like spreadsheet with blank chart stuff in it. So filling out charts for these since vanilla has been useful for our guild, at least. Every time we have a chart or a map of where people are going to be standing or what they're going to be attacking, the boss just goes way better. And it really puts the responsibility on the person because they can just.
I should give you the sheet they use for the GDKPs because it has a lot of those.
That's probably the elite sheet, guys, because they got to get everybody conforming.
Yeah, I think it's Jordy's. I think Jordy made it. I'm not sure.
I will say I think that there is some sort of RNG to who gets the marks.
Yeah.
Right? Because if I get like the 5th mark, listen, it takes me from like 100% to like 5% every hit. And like, it's so hard to heal through if like a clothy gets it rather than like,
the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that the first 4 or something are taking care of paladins by paladins. So they're super easy. I guess 3, and then we divine protect or whatever the DI the 4th mark. But with the paladin beacon, they're just spamming the whole time. It's like impossible not to keep the person up as long as they keep casting. It's like as long as they have mana, that person will live. But then that 5th one comes out, and it's like
You
Like,
might die.
yeah, there's a lot more like spam. Like, you need so much spam on that person that the Paladin Beacon is so strong for it. That's why I think in Weekend Raid, where we have 3 Paladins, I think we can go pretty deep on the marks without having to worry too much. And having a ton of Paladins, we can bop that Boiling Blood, and that also seems to make a really big difference on when the first mark comes out. So all the Paladins bop as soon as someone gets Boiling Blood. I don't know if that's what it's called. It might be called Blood Nova. It might be called Blood
The thing.
Spout. Who knows? But it's like the little blood icon on people,
Uh-huh.
and we bop it off them. And yeah, I mean, we're not getting the first mark to like 65%. Now probably lower because we're attacking very hard because we got our 2 sets, and some people who got VOA gear getting their 4 sets. So that's all good. So Sarfang, kind of a DPS check. The faster you kill it, the better. So it just gets easier and easier. But you do have to manage the blood beasts. They are crazy, and if they just start wailing on a melee or something, you're gonna wipe. And we do that sometimes. We're pretty good at. We're pretty
Nothing's
good
more
at.
defeating than being at like 7% and one of our marks dying. It's just like, okay, let's do it
Yeah,
again.
yeah, it's sad. The nice thing is you know when to wipe. I
Yeah.
hate those boss fights where it's like at 15% and half the raid's dead, and you're like, we should be wiping.
Right.
But
we have a very small chance that we can still do it.
Yeah, maybe we can eke it out, and you never do, and you waste a lot of
Just
time. But
the-
you always mark.
Yeah, the RP is just like there's.
The RP.
When
is
do we get a
rough.
skip RP button? Like that's what I want to know.
I don't know why he's not just engageable. Like
After the fact, yeah,
Blood
RP
Princes
once.
or whatever, the Council of Blood Princes, RP once, and then leave them up.
Yeah,
I think they should actually change that because, well, maybe it's too late, but it actually, if you're doing 10 pulls, that's 10 minutes of just sitting there.
It's not a mechanic that they don't have, right? Like they did it with Algalon. Like you
Yeah,
only had to
yeah,
go
they
through
should.
the RP with Algalon.
well, they did it with I only wiped twice, once in guild and once in a GDKP, but it was what's it called? The second guy on TOGEC. They did it for him too.
Yeah, you don't have to go through all that with Drax, that's the resummoning and stuff. So, yeah, it would be nice, but we all got the I'm on a boat achievement, so I don't know if I don't have high hopes for minor changes to be coming out.
Hey, they
for-
did change
Nice.
the boat when it goes away on
True. Yeah, so
Mhm.
you don't
Yeah.
die. Yeah, instead of dying, you teleport to Saurfang, which for the distract method is very nice because a lot of us are hanging out on the other side.
Because
Uh,
it ends
Just
so
means
quickly. We're
I
like,
know that. I know that because I would have died again.
Yeah,
Going on the
Sam.
ship.
Yeah, I would have died for the first time. I was really confused, and at first I was like, "Well, we better get loot. Like, we better count as having been in the fight." I don't like that I just teleported
What
to.
just happened?
Yeah, where did we just end up? But that Saurfang ended up being pretty easy once you get the few mechanics down. I think it is like a really intense fight, but I think if you have everything planned out, you're good to go. And you want to divine intervention somebody like the 4th mark if you have 2 paladins, because that just really makes everything easy. And I think once you have good damage, like the 4th mark will end up being like the last mark, or maybe you have a 5th mark come out for a few seconds, but the fight isn't going to go on super long once you have the damage. So Saurfang, not too bad. After that, we went to the Plague Wing, and we've done attempts on Rotface and Festergut. Rotface, very easy. I don't know how else to put it. Very similar to normal. Like you almost don't have to play differently at all. Except I think is the slime spray in normal, where he turns to somebody and cones them. That might be a heroic
I
thing.
don't remember. I did both of them on heroic in my GDKP on Saturday.
Yeah. We've been doing it heroic pretty early, but it's almost the same fight. All the ooze mechanics are the same. We had a little contention in our weekend raid where some people wanted to have the ooze dispelled on top of the big ooze, which would make them instantly combine. The problem that we ran into while doing that is that when you have the disease, you take 75% less healing. So you're going to die if you take damage, which means if the slime spray hits you, if the ooze when you're running to it starts radiating too much, it's so easy for you to die. And maybe like that won't be the case if we pay special attention to them, but we found it to be a million times easier to just instantly dispel the disease, drop the ooze, and then just yell at the person to run. That one person is rather inconvenienced. They do have to run a little bit farther. It might take a little bit longer, but they're not gonna die. And that's pretty good. We like not dying. Yeah, we like not dying. So that sort of made it a lot easier for us. Things still get a little wild and wacky on it. I can't really, it's kind of inexplicable why. I think a big issue is just toward the end, as he starts casting it faster, people will start combining into multiple big oozes instead of just one ooze. And it's really easy to do because, again, this might be the flaw of the instant dispel, is that once you get to that part, you got a lot of little oozes running around. But so far, we've been able to kill it, and that's weekday and weekend. So I think most guilds will be fine with the instant cleanse.
Well, and this is one of those things where I haven't gotten the ooze yet, and I'm terrified for when I get the ooze because I still don't exactly know what the hell I'm supposed to do.
You just run the little ooze through the big ooze. Yeah, healers
but
get
like
it a
you
lot.
have to go. You have to go the same direction it's being kited, right? I forget if we do clockwise or counterclockwise.
It's better to go opposite because then they run into each other. If you try to chase it, the little ooze will try to catch up slowly.
Okay.
Yeah, but really, it doesn't matter that much. And like, I'll work with you. You know, if I see you, I'll try to turn it and bring it. It's not that bad though, and you're not in a rush. You have like 20-30 seconds before the next one will be over trying to combine. So like you do have some time to like get it together. It's just the people who get the ooze and then don't move at all for a while who like really hold things up. But for the most part, that's not bad. The reason I asked about the conal is because I want to say it's really easy on heroic. It's the same as normal. But everyone keeps dying to the conals in our raids. So
you just have
maybe
to move.
It's not you. I know.
Like
but the range to eat that cone.
I can see that though. I can see range doing it pretty easy, but I mean sometimes I'll be a little slow. Like I'll be like working on my rotation, I'll be a little slow and I'll take like one tick of it, but like usually
melee definitely should not be taking a lot. Ranged, I think, are just planting their feet. That's my suspicion. I mean,
I can see how it'd be hard for them because, like us, we just run through the boss. You have to run quite a bit if you're like right in the dead center of it, right?
I hear you.
So here's the thing: is that I think this will inevitably get better as we get more familiar with the other mechanics. But I think everybody, okay, I'll just speak for myself. There's a shit ton of shit going on, right? So I'm like, oh God, Yip's coming over to me with the big ooze. I gotta get out of the way because this thing's gonna hit me. Then I gotta be so many feet apart from these other people so that it, for some reason, I don't know what, but I've got a, raid distance thing on my screen that tells me I'm too close to somebody, and I'm like,
that describes a lot of fights in ICC for people.
Yes.
It looks like
for some reason I have to be this far apart from people.
I know.
Well, and what's the thing?
I don't know what it is it's telling me either. Like, I don't know if it's deadly boss mods. I don't know if it's Foji. I don't know if it's whatever it is. Something's telling me I need to do something. But I think that's the thing. And then it's like, by the time you realize that he's like turned, like I don't look at the boss. Like range DPS,
that's the answer. That's the answer is healers do not look at the boss so they don't see it happening. That is that's the conclusion I've drawn, is that they're looking elsewhere. I know, listen, I get it. I know if you're a ranged player, you probably have to look at your keyboard to see where your keys are. Because that's I don't know.
Oh, I'm looking at the raid frame. So
no, not you. I'm talking about a ranged DPS. Okay. People who pick Warlock, people who pick Frost Mage, they might need to be staring at their keyboard the whole time. That's true. But that's the only explanation I have, because this thing spits on you for so much damage and just kills you, and it's like, move.
You want to know something funny?
What?
You know Will Riker in Weekend?
Yeah.
Do you know he's a mouse clicker and keyboard turner?
Oh, is that why he takes so long to get out with all of his mechanics he gets on him? Will Riker. Will doesn't seem like he has Thames or Foji Riker.
Oh my god.
It's just so funny though, because he tried to switch over
anyway, dude. The pally pumps anyway.
He tried to switch over and he's not been able to do it. I guess EverQuest, like that was just the way you played. Probably was another one of Bingo's problems.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Bingo. Bingo did probably click on things, that's for sure.
Oh, but okay, so my question was, what's the green ooze that's like sometimes on half of the outer circle?
It's just a big damage, like slow. You just don't go in it. Okay. It just makes it harder.
So there's a lot of stuff to run out of. Right?
Yeah,
it makes my life harder.
Ranged.
Yeah.
Nobody's
it does seem hard
because you're constantly like moving, right?
Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is the only thing people die to is that slime spray. So I think if you avoid the slime spray, your guild will like get down rot phase eventually.
Yeah,
that's like the only thing.
GTFO doesn't yell at me when the slime spray is coming out,
which is surprising. It should because it is like
me if it hits me. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know the numbers at all, but like I look at death logs a lot. In my head, it comes out like once a second, and it takes like 6 or 7 seconds to kill somebody. So when I look at that, I'm like, hello. Earth to ranged. When you saw yourself at 30% health,
yeah,
you blink away. I don't know, but no, that is like our biggest challenge, because even with the instant cleanses, like the oozes are fine, and like I'm pretty bad at kiting the oozes. Probably I can't be good at it, and it's like pretty easy. You just like run around. I run it over people. I don't run it over the melee, but I just run it right over ranged. I don't care. They can move if they want. And it seems fine. It works just fine. It's just that green ooze is so annoying.
Ooze? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Like,
I gotta do it twice. Fine. I looked at deaths on all of our polls, and I was at the top, and I was like, I was gonna make an argument.
It's okay. The healers do seem to get the disease a lot, I've noticed. It's anecdotal, but in both raids, it's like I do some of the dispelling, and it's like always Kim, it's always Jasmine, it's always Mel, and it's just it's always Stoof, it's always all the healers over and over again, which is nice. It's better than our 80 melee and them dropping it. And with melee, they just stand there.
They do.
A melee has to wipe your raid before they'll learn a mechanic. Is my opinion on melee this tier. They don't want to learn it.
Well, and also most melee don't have like. They can't dispel themselves, right? So I feel like they don't even key into when they have something that they can't dispel.
Yeah, but I swear it definitely like says some wild stuff when you get it. Like I get it, and it'll be like I'm pretty sure Thames or like DBM or something literally says like ooze debuff on you right now. Yep, like it's on you right now, and it's like, oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Run twos. Yeah, it definitely. I downloaded Foji, and I had Foji and DBM at one point, and there's like 3 sets of bars like overlapping each other, like timers, and I was like, what is happening? I was like,
I kind of have that going on right now. I just like I have so much visual information on my screen. There's basically no way for me to tell. Like
it's just washed out at that point.
Like, does that have a timer? Like I don't know. Well, I'll look for it, but
you can't completely get rid of DBM because that's your pull timer. That's your, break timer. It does a lot of other stuff, but then turning off just the timers is a bitch. I ended up just moving my bar down into the corner where I can't see it. Like it's off screen. So I see just a little hint of the timers coming up at the bottom of the screen. And that was what I was like, okay, this is what's going to have to work. Because especially dungeons too. Like I don't have Foji for all the dungeons and everything else,
Yeah, that's true. That is true. DBM, DBM is nice. It is a little. It feels wild to me to replace it all with a weak aura pack. Like we live in a weird world right now where DBM's not the go-to for like getting out of stuff. But rot phase pretty easy. We did it in both raids. with just like a few pulls. So I think most people will be able to like get that down after some time. Festergut, another story. Our tanks get clobbered, and then the raid also gets clobbered. I can't really diagnose it further than that. It's a lot of damage, and
So all we did in the GDKP is they just said, all right, melee, it's like Algalon. We just every
move
time
left
it
and
tells you to
right,
move, you just move to the other leg. And we just
that's
did
what we
that the
ended
whole
up doing.
time.
That's what we were doing. Although I think LZ was telling me that people were like moving and then moving back or something instead. But that's all we should be doing is the Algalon thing. And I
Well,
think
even
that
on
works just
Algalon,
fine.
some people did that weird thing where they'd move over
We
and then
moved
move back to the left foot.
Yeah, it's like they reset instead of just like going every other back and forth.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, limiting movement and then just doing the spores properly, and then it's a lot of healing. You probably need 6 healers. I think we were doing it with 5, so maybe if we went up to 6 healers, it wouldn't be a problem. But then you're also
we
fighting
didn't
a
wipe.
DPS check
We only did one pull on that. We didn't
on
wipe.
normal.
Yeah.
On heroic, we wiped a lot on week. Oh yeah, it was only weekend that we did heroic Festergut. So I mean, it seemed possible. We didn't do it with a ton of gear. So I think maybe with some more gear, it's probably fine. But the fight doesn't change that much. You're on heroic. You're just moving from the big green oozes. And if you pre-plan where you're going to move, like melee, we'll just move back and forth to each leg every time it comes out. Ranged, you only have to move. Only the one person has to move. But if you're stacking for spores, we were saying like just move left as a group if an ooze is coming out, and that makes it pretty easy. So
Nothing's worse than like I always forget about the spores until one comes out, and then it like clicks in my head that that's
like,
the boss we're fighting, and then I'm like, God damn it! And I'm like running over there, says the can.
Yeah, it's hard for tanks to get the spores. I think that's another kind of thing we're running into. The melee spore has to be kind of pushed in, and then the tank has to be kind of pushed in, unless you want to flip the boss all around. So that's really it. We didn't kill it yet or anything, but the kill will be like uneventful. It'll just be like doing the fight and then less people die. Like that's basically it. Really works the same way. We just need everyone alive and pumping to make sure we hit the berserk timer. In blood, let's go blood. Absolutely not doing any blood prince attempts right now because we're still working on the blood prince council normal. Basically, it's what it feels like. It's a rough one with a lot of you're muted, Bob.
Dude, I hate that fight with a passion that's I mean, I can't even explain it. I did my GDKP and I was already nervous as hell because we're doing all these like fights that I've never done on heroic. Like we didn't do all heroic. It was like half of the fights, but I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, I don't understand why I keep getting blown all over the place. I don't understand the mechanics. I'm sitting here trying to read their sheet with all the mechanics on it while I'm sitting here during like between wipes. And it just, I guess sometimes you just don't move. Like when you're taking the move debuff, you just stand there and don't do anything. And it's so weird to me and everything's all over the place and I hate it.
This one was much better with Foji though than Tim's. Tim's was giving very contradictory information.
Yeah. It sounded like it was telling you to like spread and stack.
It was like spread out, stack, spread, stack, spread. I was like, there's literally not enough time in between your commands.
Yeah. That's got it had to have been like broken with the shock vortexes, thinking that you had to stay spread the whole time, but then also telling you to stack for the flame orb. Bizarre, but it's just there's not that much to do per boss, but it literally ricochets. It's like so bad. You get hit by a vortex. The other day I got hit by a vortex into another vortex, and then suddenly I'm in the corner of the room with like, how did I get
What are you doing over there, Yip?
Yeah, so I just don't like how the shock vortexes are so tiny on the ground when it's the ones that when he's not empowered, it's like you have to look on the ground and it's like a little white swirl before it comes out, and everyone is like stacked on each other, and you're just like, where is it? I don't see it anywhere. And then the
I
raid
didn't
gets
even
hit
know
up.
there was that animation on the ground.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, little whirlwind animation.
It's very small and hard to see.
It is, yeah. So that's pretty annoying, unfortunately. But we'll do it. I mean, I think the big thing is like you can't move on heroic. The more you move, like the more damage you take or something.
Dude, that's what I was getting stuck in, and it's only at certain times, but you just have to just not move. You just stand there.
I think you just
and you wait for it to tick down, and you move a couple feet. Wait for it to tick down. I mean, I was doing it. Chat was trying to help me, and it was just it was horrible.
Yeah, so we'll do that one day, but we're not trying to hit that heroic quite yet. We're still trying to enjoy our time in ICC, so we'll see how that goes. For Blood Queen, though, we were able to get Blood Queen 10-man, which was really easy once we swapped to 3 healers. A lot of the 10-man stuff is if you're struggling on a boss on heroic, try having a 3rd healer. It seems to work out pretty well. Like we were struggling on Fester got 10-man for some reason one day, and we just swapped to a 3rd healer easy. There's very few bosses that you won't, especially on 10-man, like you're not gonna miss the DPS check, or it'll be close at least. And Blood Queen is definitely one of those. It actually seemed in this gear level, it seemed actually impossible for 2 people to heal heroic 10-man Blood Queen. It was just so much damage. Maybe if we had like better raid cooldown usage or something, but it was like an incredible amount of damage. So we swapped to 3 healers, and it was a lot easier, like pretty much one-shottable, and nothing else on the fight changes. Like it's all the same. It's like the same cadence, the same cooldowns. You're biting the same people. It's just a lot more damage.
Okay, so Blood Queen's the one where you bite. Okay.
Yeah, Blood Queen's the bite one. On heroic, we've been or on 25-man, we've been heroing after the 2nd air phase when there's 8 bites out, and then basically the same, well, not the same, but with 4 bites out on 10-man for hero, and it works out well. We did some heroic attempts with 24 people last night, missing Harscare, our raid leader, and I think we got like a 17% or something like that. And they were pretty sloppy overall. We were running 6 healers instead of the normal 5, which I think also kind of curved that out. But that's probably going to be like one of the next ones that we kill. It seems like weekday would be able to just do it right now. And then weekend, I think if we spend like an hour on it, it probably would have gone down. If we had 25 people even, like Bob was tanking on his druid, and you know, if we were getting that 10k DPS on the boss instead or something, you know, like it's a lot of damage that we were missing. So seems very, very possible. Seems very, very possible. So we'll be going after that soon. Plus, it is a token boss. So getting that 277 tier is really nice. So getting Sorrowfang down and then Blood Queen down are like our way in to the good tier.
So how does that work? Because
you just get extra. It's just extra.
Oh, you get
277 on top.
Okay, so
yeah,
what turns it to 264?
The badge gear.
Well, the badge gear is 251 when you buy it.
Yes, and then you upgrade it with 264.
So there's 2 different tokens.
There's 2 different tokens, and you have to use both of them to upgrade them.
Okay, one and then the other.
Yeah, so you go from 251, you use the 264 token, which you can get from 10-man heroic or 25-man normal. And then it's like the regalia is the 277. It's from heroic 25-man only.
Oh, fuck.
But you can't get the 277 one without having the 264 one?
Correct. But you're going to get that's naturally going to happen, though. Like, you're going to get the 264 almost automatically before you're going to have access to the 277 because more drop and you get them in 10-man. So like I don't think it'll be like I don't think anyone will be like, you'll be gate kept by the fact that your raid leader is not giving you the tokens. You won't be gate kept by not having 264. Yeah, so it's kind of a lot, and you know, as a tank, I will be prio the 277. So You can all fight for the scraps once I'm done with my gear. You're all good. But yeah, Blood Queen is definitely like one I thought was going to be too hard, but I don't actually think it is. I think it'll be pretty easy for a lot of guilds. I think it's just that berserk timer. If you get more healers, it's just the berserk timer you have to worry about, and the healing part is really like the hard part. Everyone else's job is very easy. It's like dropping fire, using the the Shazra link.
What's the reason? Because I got called out in my GDKP. So I was the one asshole standing directly behind the boss, not in either of the two groups. What's the reason for the two groups of melee?
So you don't link each other and kill yourself. So the link does AoE damage. That link that you have to combine.
That you have to run it and combine? Okay.
Yeah. So there's two things.
Okay.
So one, you're not just linking each other and AoEing each other. Two, there's a constant AoE blood bolt. The blood bolt she spits needs everyone to be spread because it does like AoE damage. So you're stacked to avoid that. And then also it probably helps a little bit for fire. So instead of being directly behind the boss, you're like on each side ready to drop the fire off as well too. So there's kind of like three reasons, but it mitigates the AoE damage basically is the answer.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if you have to do it to live, but
I got called out. They're like, Bob, you're griefing both groups right now. And I was like,
I don't think it's that bad. I don't think you're not like actively. Actually, well, if you get targeted with the blood bolt, or maybe it does hit everybody. It might just hit everybody. So maybe you are griefing both groups by being there. But it's better than like everyone's stacked. It's not like you ruin the mechanic entirely. It's just going to be slightly more damage for you guys. But the 2 stacks is good, and then all the ranged have their own spot to stand in, which I think is really helpful for like where the links are going to get dropped off and stuff like that. So Blood Queen, yay. A boss that I had no faith in. No offense. I know I don't think healers know how to play the game. I know. Guess what, Mel? You're out. You stay out during it.
I know, and I am so grateful of this fact.
But Valithria,
this is a harder job than it should be, though. Like they were like, yeah, most guilds only have one healer stay out, and I'm like, yeah, except for the fact that Yip and Fab will 110% die. Like I don't know why.
I'll be honest, I do feel that way. That we were a little crazy talking about one healer out.
Yeah, like I'm like stressing the F out, like trying to heal Fab and then like trying to like also heal you because I know Carpet's like a off healer, right? Like he's not a main healer. And I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah, we ended up doing is having 2 priests out with Kim out. And then that way you guys, there's a disease that goes out. So it's nice having you guys there to dispel the disease. And then, I mean,
shield and heal. Like, it's really just you two that take damage unless somebody else is
if something else goes wrong, they usually get one shot by like a blistering zombie or something.
Which happened to me once. Where I was just like, I was standing there healing, and literally this thing just came up and smacked me dead. And I was just like, what? Okay.
Wait, let's talk about that's a serious concern. So let's talk about the ads on Heroic, because they're kind of a little serious. The blistering zombie is the one that needs to be kited, and healers, if the kiter doesn't get on it right away, healers will pull threat and then just get one shot. Like absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, it overkilled me by like 20k.
Yeah. It's like and they melee enormously, which is why they get kited. But yeah, I mean, it's not just happening to healers. It's happening to melee who are trying to help out the kiter and stuff. If they pull aggro, they just get turned on in one shot. So being really careful with the blighted zombies. If you need extra range on it, I think that's totally fine. But people just need to be away from it when it explodes, and people need to watch their threat. And melee just probably shouldn't ever touch them because you won't have time to react. You'll just die. For blazings are like the same. You just kill the blazings instantly. Suppressors, I think managing our suppressors was like where it mattered a lot, because like healers would pop out and we're like, pop hero, heal it 1,000,000%, and thered be like 8 suppressors out, making it so like the healing is doing a a very small portion of how much it should be doing. So killing the suppressors is really, really important. The A-bombs, you just kind of tank off to the side and whatever. The liches, you want to kill instantly and interrupt. But it all works the same as on normal. It's really all the healing mechanic where they go inside, they fly around, and they take a stacking debuff. So unfortunately, they take damage, which was a little spooky. People were very close to dying, and then in a couple of our attempts, they would just die to the dot. So trying to keep the stacks up and just like managing the dot that it puts on you is a little bit wild.
Well, it's a whole. It's really weird too because it's a whole different melee DPS thing too. I just interrupted you. I could go over it after you guys are done with that.
No, I have no idea what you're gonna say. So
well, okay. So I play two classes, DPS wise. DPS wise, I've only DPS'd on two classes on that fight so far in ICC. I haven't done my warrior besides I tanked on him. But my rotations on both combat and feral are kind of like you build up a lot, right? Like,
oh yeah.
So it's you're like creating a whole different type of playing because you're having to do like a lot of different things and burst DPS on the feral, which, you know, I'd probably know about if I, you know, PvP'd as feral, but I'm just like, well, what do I use for the most damage here? And same with rogue and everything else. It
wouldn't surprise me if there was like a totally different spec that was better for a lot of classes because it's entirely an ads fight. You're not you're not fighting anything for a consistent long time. You want like a lot of burst damage, like killing the blazing and stuff. If you have a lot of classes that are just like trying to build up on it, it's gonna get ticks out. So yeah, it's actually really interesting that I bet a lot of classes do just have a better spec that would help out your raid a lot. Guys, go do that because we didn't. And our biggest problem was getting overrun. We were getting overrun before the Berserk timer is basically the important thing is that before everything Berserked, we just couldn't keep up with everything up there. And I think we got better as time went on. I think people were like moving sides more. Sometimes like one side will have nothing spawn and you're just like
I hate
sitting
that
there.
Part too,
like,
that's the worst too. Especially as a healer, like I'm like sitting there with Fab and there's like nothing there, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go over here and heal Yip a little bit, and then all of a sudden Fab's like half health, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, or worse, I think people have like a sunken cost thing going on where they're like, well, I already didn't go over there. It's already been like 20 seconds of not anything, so something's got to be spawning soon, and then nothing spawns for another minute, and you're like, all right, I just waited here for no reason.
Dude, well, at least that's one thing. At least I have two sprints, you know, with my with my two characters, but yeah, you feel really worthless, and then it's just you can also take aggro from certain things. I don't know. It's kind of a fun fight, to be honest, just because you're like working new things out.
Yeah, and you're using a lot more of your toolkit as well too. Like you can use some of those abilities that, you know, you're really like diving deep into your toolkit to make sure things go well. Like the suppressors can be nova'd by mages and stuff, and like that sort of stuff is huge to get them like killed before they even get on the dragon at all.
And combat too. I had totally forgotten that this was a thing in my combat build, but when I have a chance to like slow targets when I hit them. So if three of them are coming out, I'm like trying to hit one to get the slow on, then I'm trying to switch to the other one to get the slow on and switch to the other one. It's actually been pretty cool just to like.
Yeah, I throw my shield out and they daze for 10 seconds. I'm like, yes.
It's kind of like. It's kind of like zombies in like Call of Duty or something, right? Like,
yeah, it's kind of what the Gothic and Nax fight ideally would be, where it's like kind of like chaos, but you're like fighting all these mobs. But like we just cheesed that fight, didn't we? I'm trying to remember. we all just stood on one side and had everything come over, and we killed it. But like in an ideal world, like a mob fight, this is a really good like ad fight where there's a lot of sort of like player choice. Like, should I go over there? Should I not go over there? What should I be attacking? Can I slow this thing? Should I stay behind and help kill these like rot worms that are going to come out of the A-bomb? That was a problem that I ran into, is if a blazing comes up right as an A-bomb dies, no one's there to help with the worms. And then like I was taking a lot of stacking damage, and it's like, okay, let's have one DPS stay behind. So DK was staying behind to help with this. So it's like there are a lot of these little things that make a big difference.
So the thing I think that made Gothic just not fun is the mobs died too quickly. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, they would die so fast. I mean, basically, you were getting top DPS on that first phase if you were just standing on one of the spots and just instantly just white hitting, you know? And
that is true. That is true. Yeah, there's no real, in this, you're kind of like, you're really focusing on killing as fast as possible because you know you're going to get overrun eventually. But yeah, that fight really came down to, let me go over the healer comp. We had 8 healers. 6 went in, and then we had 2 priests stay up, a disc and a holy stay up. And we found that the paladins and like resto shaman, I think everyone was doing good. It seemed like paladins and resto shamans were doing a ton of healing. Like it seemed like the heals were getting pumped by those classes specifically. And I think that kind of proves true because not only did we do it in week day, we did it in weekend as well too, which runs 3 pallies, which is nice. But it's really all about if the healers need to gain their stacks, and then timing a really strong hero when they're at like 30-ish stacks is what we were doing. Seemed to be like what we needed to push it over. And it really, I mean, it really is just maintaining those stacks. Our first attempts on that, I was like, okay, we're never, and this was like week 1, so people really didn't know the mechanic, but I was like, we're pushing this boss really far off because like we're not even close. Like our attempts, we'd have like a 10-minute fight, or I don't know what they rate. We have a 5-minute fight, and she'd be at negative health that she started at, and I was like, dude, we're not getting this boss down. Like
it is nuts how much you get with hero and all the stacks, though. You know, you're sitting there.
Stacks. Yeah, if your healers are dropping stacks, it's literally impossible. So solving that problem, it sucks because I think, at least in our guild, healers are typically always the quiet, like they're the quiet players who do not want to tell us what's wrong. Like, oh, why'd you die to this and that? And it's just silence. Like, okay, all right. Well, healers, what happened here? Okay, silence. But with this, it's literally like if you're dropping stacks, you got to figure out what's going on. Like, do you need to stay with the group more? Do you need to pick up? I think what we were doing is everyone was picking up an orb right away to refresh, and then they were grouping up and moving around. And it seemed to be working.
I think they did 2 groups this last time too.
Yeah, you're allowed. They said they could do 2 groups. Yeah,
and I think that just made it a little bit easier because everybody ports in at a different place, right? So you have to go up and get an orb, and you can't just stand there and wait for everybody for too long because you have to continue to increase your stacks, right? So they were just getting an orb and then grouping up with the people around them, and then I think going opposite directions. It's probably not ideal, but I think 2 groups works. I think if it would have split into 3 groups, it would have
you run out.
Failed.
I think you run out, and people will end up dropping stacks if you do 3 groups. But it seemed like 2 groups was definitely doable. And it really, I mean, both didn't really take that many attempts. You just need a strong one. The problem is it's just long. It's kind of a long fight. It feels bad to wipe on and be like, oh, we gotta just kill these ads again. Like, come on. But
dude,
I mean,
it was hilarious though. Doof, I think, had the most stacks.
Doof was doing so much healing that
and she got what is it, bloodlust, and then I gave her power infusion, and like her bar just went like shoo. Like she just like went off the charts. Like everybody else looked like a little peon over there. Awesome. But yeah, her healing was nuts.
Yeah, and the way that paladins can do a lot of healing is beaconing the boss, and then they heal a tenacity pet that has like the plus healing. I forget how much it is, 25% or something. They take a lot more healing, and then that makes that beacon do that much more healing as well too. So kind of a lot of healing going out, and I think if you have your paladins on point, it seemed like the potential was a lot because Stoop was doing like 10 million heals on her or something on some of those. It was pretty wild. So really strong. And yeah, I mean, we got it down. So I feel bad. I underestimated our healers.
I
I
believed
also
in us.
underestimated our off healers as well too, which like we didn't think we'd even have the numbers to like be able to do it in weekend. To like, does anyone even have a heal off set or anything? But luckily we did have one person with a heal off set, and then Jasmine has an alt druid who was able to come save our butts, and we were already running 24, so that was perfect just to slot in the extra healer, nice and easy.
Did you guys do hard mode or heroic in weekend?
Yeah,
We did.
yeah, we killed
Nice.
heroic, which again, like it was the end of the night. We were just gonna kill Velithria to just like be good for our progress, so that we could get to Sindragosa and Lich King and heroic Blood Queen a little bit the next night. And I was definitely not expecting heroic, but it was like we're at that awkward period where it's like you have 30 minutes left.
Right.
And we're not gonna go do Sindragosa if we kill Velithria here, because it's like trash and there's no shot. We're gonna like one shot.
Mhm.
So we may as well do some heroic on Velithria. And then it was like, oh, this is possible. This is like doable. And we were able to get it down. So that was good. Definitely getting a lot more heroics down pretty quickly. Like we're really in a really strong prog spot.
With both teams too, which is awesome.
Yeah, with both teams are doing really, really well. Honestly, the weekend team has been looking really good lately. Like almost comparable.
Yeah, I mean they're better in some situations.
Yeah, like we're a little
Wait
messy.
a minute.
We're
a little messy, but the damage is like catching up and stuff. So like it's pretty
and you
tight.
have to
Like, we've got some
remember
strong players too now in weekend.
Yeah, and you have to remember that weekend always suffered from being less geared, so it was always a problem there. And the roster boss just screwed us even more, because we'd have hard modes we could do in Ulduar, but with 22, you're just not going to do it.
We also really suffered in Ulduar from, I don't know what you call it, the raid etiquette boss, where people just lollygag their way back after a wipe, and you're spending an extra 5 minutes as people take their time getting back. So in like TOC, you don't really feel that sort of thing. But I can tell we're like a lot snappier about like everyone getting back and like, let's go for the next pull, release right away, or don't release if you're getting rezzed. I think that really makes a raid a lot snappier during progress, because some of these runbacks are long, and if people are just kind of like lollygagging, it really slows things down. So we're better at that, and I think weekday is probably getting a little bit worse as well too. So after TOC, I think everyone got a little bit worse.
Yes, that's fair.
At the game. So we're definitely, both teams, raid teams are looking really strong though. But that puts both of our raid teams at Sindragosa normal mode, because we're not prepared for heroic, and we've done it 2 different ways now. I've got a little experience to share. I think our first Sindragosa kill was like no frost res, like not even enchants in weekday, and it felt fine for normal. Like it really felt fine. I think that's like very doable. And I even see some people in heroic doing it with like just enchant, so still very bare minimum frost res. But in weekend, I pumped myself to 450 frost res for it, and it does make a pretty big difference. I noticed, especially in the times leading up to the last phase. Like the blistering and the frost breaths do like nothing. Everyone's running away for blistering, and I sat there, and instead of like going down to half health where the healers have to be like, oh, let's heal them, I would take like 2k damage out of my 55k, and I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. I do like that. So that was good. A lot of like full resists on the frost breath. And then honestly, I'm still torn. Maybe I need a little bit more frost resist than 450 for the last phase, because maybe I could take 1 extra frost breath, but the stacks still stack pretty high. So to me, it felt like I still needed an off tank. I know some people are one tanking it.
I think only DKs though. Is it Pally's doing it too?
No, I don't. No.
I think it's just DKs.
They have an extra cooldown, so they can use their cooldowns more for the frost breath. But I don't know. I'm sort of in like the why stage. I'm exploring the what's the point stage right
just
now.
kidding.
It seems like,
well, That's the whole thing, though. If Harscar doesn't get a DPS spec, or you don't get a DPS spec, the single tanking doesn't benefit
there's no point.
at all. But if Harscar got a DPS spec, it could be, or you, Ret too. It could be fucking sick, right?
Yeah, it is just different. I don't know. ICC, like, I agree with you, but a lot of those fights, like Syndragosa, aren't DPS checks where, like, we need to be able to kill it without that person being DPS. It'll be nice,
Right.
but having an extra healer, having an extra tank, everyone still just has to do the dang frost tombs, right? They have to move back and forth. They gotta drop their stacks. And it's definitely one of those fights that exposes you a little bit if you're not doing the mechanic or like not aware of what you need to do in the last phase.
Something I will say is that Ray kept talking about, I think Thames has like an arrow that points you to where you need to go, right? Well, Foji doesn't have an arrow. So the first time I get it, I'm like looking all around for this freaking arrow. There's no arrow.
But you get
Okay,
what?
The
You get what?
Foji people told us. Ice Tomb. The Foji
So
people
Foji-
told us it tells you where to go.
So it does. It does. But at the top of your screen, it shows like the 3 spots and then it lists the people who are supposed to be in each spot, right?
Thames does that too. Thames does that also. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
well,
yeah,
Okay.
so-
Yeah, I see. It doesn't do the /say arrow though, where it's like.
And it might, like, I don't know. There's so much shit on my screen
Well,
at
and then-
times where I'm
yeah.
just like, yeah, I don't know.
well, like we were talking, my GDKP did it opposite of us because, like, the names across your screen don't change if you change where you're looking at. So some raids do the names according to looking at the boss, and some raids do the names according to looking away from the boss. And it's just like, you got to know that whichever raid you're in, because that's a really big, that's a really big part of it, right?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So, if you're doing multiple raids differently, that sounds very confusing. For us, pretty easy. I think the biggest thing is using cooldowns for the Frost Tomb, like Frost Aura, Divine Sacrifice, and then you can batch heals. So, like Holy Shock, you can put a Renew on somebody who's going to get Ice Tomb. And I think it heals through the Ice Tomb the whole time.
Mhm.
So, like, we were going from people getting Ice Tombed being at like 5% health to by like the end of the night on weekend.
Yeah, they're
it
at
was-
like 90%.
Yeah, they're at like 90% health, and it trivializes that part of the fight if people are 90% health. And honestly, you don't have to do it that good. If everyone understands, you just need to have 2 people stacked at most in one of the 3 positions. It's kind of like whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, sometimes people were spread out and we're like, that's not where you're supposed to be, but it's like, who cares? I guess like it doesn't matter that much for the like the outcome of the fight, as long as people aren't just like murdering each other and chaining the ice tombs. If you all go down to the right place, like it can kind of get figured out. And if they're like at 90% health instead of 5% health, you have a lot more leeway. Though where you really need to be good is just that phase 3. Where the tanking again on both never really seemed like a problem when I was using high frost res or not high frost res. The healer, like, there are these scary moments where the healers are dropping their stacks, and I think they're staying too long behind the tomb, and I'm just sitting there looking at my health like, there it goes.
Yeah,
It's confusing for people.
But you can heal behind the tomb. So that's
are you sure? I don't think you can.
100%. I've done it multiple times. Yes.
Are you sure you're dropping your stacks properly while you're able to heal?
Because she's just slightly to the left of the boss and able to see you, probably.
Yeah. No. Like,
no, I think most suggesting there's no LOS by the tomb, which might be the case. All I know is everyone stops healing me, and
but I think everybody
probably
stops
moving
healing because of that other buff that stacks. That,
they're doing it all at the same time.
Yeah, right. Because like I'll get like every time I cast a spell, it like stacks up this other buff that
the Unchained
it has a chance
to
stack it up.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No. It does. It 100% does.
Oh,
but
for melee,
you
it just has a chance.
Yeah. For ranged,
yeah.
For ranged, it's like it goes out like one person at a time or something, and then once you have it, it stacks up every time you cast, I think.
Yeah, until like, and then it like goes away, and then it casts it again, and I swear it casts it on me almost every time.
That would be
I think it's
easier
on
because
most
like
people every time.
sometimes I don't like. Okay, on the rogue it's super easy because once per thing I can cloak off, so I can go ham right at the start, cloak, keep going ham, then we get sucked in. I walk out, drop stacks as I'm walking out, and come back in, and then she goes up, and then I have it again for the next one, right? But on the feral, sometimes I have to like stop attacking like before I even get my full dots up on him, like my full bleeds, and I'm like, okay, this is crazy. And then sometimes I'll get everything up, and then I'll be in my cooldowns pumping, and I have to stop. I'm just like, this just doesn't feel good.
Yeah. I never know what to do with it as a tank either. Sometimes I drop my stacks when they get high. Sometimes I just let it rip, especially with Frost Res. But I get the heals either way. It doesn't really seem to be a big impact. But sometimes I get to like 10 stacks, and I'm like,
well, I wonder if
it.
different healers
Don't
have
drop
different,
it.
like maybe it's too far away or something. I don't know.
Oh
But
yeah,
I think it's
for the not healing thing at the end, I don't know what it is, but I promise you every time you guys are stacked behind that thing, my health just goes doot, doot, doot. And
yeah.
I'm just sitting at 20% waiting to proc. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I'll like pop my stuff. For the most part, it's been okay. Like, I don't know. She's one of the parry haste bosses, so the tank should be running high expertise, and if you're running high expertise, I feel like she's not as dangerous when the healers all dip behind and do whatever they do back there. But if you're running
chatting,
like
being like, oh shit, Yip needs heals, sorry.
if you're running full chonk and you don't have expertise, and I think you can just get like comboed out with a parry haste pretty easily. So watch out for that. But I mean, Syndergosa normal is really just about learning the fight. I feel like once everyone is kind of on board with how the fight works and they're stacking in the right places, you're not losing people to ice tombs, you're not chaining ice tombs, you can kind of do that last phase like forever, basically. It's just sort of a lot to manage, and everyone has to do a good job doing it, and everyone needs to know where to put the ice tomb,
Right.
which is easier said than done. But it took us some pulls in both raids, but I think both raids ended up getting super clean at it by the end. So normal Syndergosa did go down on
We only
both
did
of
it
them,
4
which
times.
is good. That's good.
Yeah, that was good.
It's hard to remember because it's like 10-man
I know.
Syndergosas and then weekend Syndergosa. Weekend has been on Syndergosa for 2 weeks. We didn't get
Oh.
Syndergosa down last week, and then did get it down this week. So
Did we even try
a
last
lot of
week though? I
attempts.
didn't think we tried.
We did.
We did? I didn't
In
remember
weekend, we had a lot of attempts. Actually, we had like seen it quite a bit on weekend already.
Yeah,
I
I was tanking that time.
Yeah, which was like you probably didn't have much to do because I think we were dying like before the 3rd phase, so like you're not taking anything.
Yeah, but I was just
chill.
hitting on the side. I was just dropping stacks. I was like, this is easy to drop stacks. I don't understand what everybody's talking about until I DPS'd at it.
Yeah, and then this week both raids finally got some attempts on Lich King. The normal version of Lich King, of course. And
well, because by second lockout, end of second lockout, only 62 guilds had beat Heroic Lich King across
I mean, that
NA
sounds
and
right.
EU.
From what was happening in the PTR, it makes sense. Where like no one was clearing original Heroic Lich King on PTR, so it's believable that not many people are doing it. And honestly, like for us, I'm not saying we can't do it. It's just everything for us is such a time restraint. Like we have so much time restraint we raid 5 hours a week in both raids, or in each raid, right? So we're trying to like leverage the fact that multiple people are in both raids and like progging different heroics in the weekend than the weekday. But there's just so much content to see doing it on heroic, and then you only have 5 hours and you want to get through everything, but like it's so tough. Like Blood Queen, for instance, in our weekend raid, so we didn't get normal Lich King down. in weekend or on weekday. But on weekend, we gave up attempts at Heroic Blood Queen that I think we probably could have gotten in order to see some Lich King. So it's like, we didn't get the Lich King down. Maybe we could have gotten Heroic Blood Queen down. It's like, where do you allocate how much time you have? And I think that's been the difficult part of ICC for us, and probably any guild that's only raiding around how much we raid, where it's just, what do you work on that week? Like, what's the best for the guild? How long does it take to prog? And Lich King is a long fight with a lot of phases. So it seems like something that would take a long time to prog, but honestly, it's not. I'm finding it pretty enjoyable, the Lich King prog, because every phase feels like very distinct. At least for a tank, where the first phase I'm like tanking ads off to the side and like cleansing people. It's like its own little mini game, as opposed to just like a really boring like Vezix fight where you're just sitting there like, get to the end of the fight. It's like at least a varied fight, so you're taking on each part. We don't really have that many problems in the first section. The biggest problem in phase 1 is just getting the ghouls to the other tank. A lot of people are just like ripping their cleave on it, and that is not ideal. So it's kind of fine. Like, it's not the end of the world, but it's just so much cleaner if you don't do that, and there's almost like no reason to do it. You don't really gain a lot from like withholding a whirlwind or withholding a divine storm until the ghouls get out. But other than that, like making sure that people are cleansed on time is pretty easy. On 25 man, I think there's 3 that go out in total in that phase. Like, that's not that many dispels. Like, coming from like rot phase where you're just like constantly dispelling and running oozes everywhere, it's a pretty like easy phase, I think, for the most part. The Lich King does kind of truck even on normal. It wasn't a huge problem on the paladins, but Harscare is tanking in the weekend now on his DK, and there were times where he was getting hit for like over 40k that we have to look into. It's like heroic levels of damage, but he was getting. We got to look into that one. We did a little bit, and his average wasn't that much higher than us, but sometimes he was taking some like really big hits.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of do have to look into that, because if the tanks die, that's a big problem. There's a lot of other stuff going on, so a lot of the times the healers are not just pumping into the tank, so making sure that their living is good. But in the first phase, it's not too bad. The Soul Reaper doesn't come out. It's pretty easy. It's like a tank and spank for most of the members of the group, and then like 3 people have to run the plague over. And then you have your intermission, which we of course ran into problems with. Like, I still don't know what's best. I feel like I'm always like, I don't know, something about melee that just irks me forever. But we have 2 groups, a melee group and a range group, and
melee always follows you over to the range group.
Yeah, melee do always follow me over so that the groups form into one. But
I did
not
once,
the problem.
And then I never did again. Like told
the ads cleave. The ads have like a shrieking shout cleave conal in front of them, and I can't for the life of me figure out why melee during the phase transition just run straight through the mob to Lich King. One, still have to kill the shriek. We still have to kill the mob. We still have to kill the raging spirit. You can just stay behind it and attack it as we run in. And 2, it's like, take a roundabout path. It's
I do one or the other after you said that.
Straight through the face, and like I get it, but like I don't know. Hear from it, like, oh, can we have him turn this way or that way? Run around it. Just run around it. Just run around it. Like, it doesn't seem, or kill it. Actually, I would prefer it if we kill it. That would work even better. But
yeah, we're not here for your parse. Like, we're learning this. If you want me to maybe do a little something extra for your parse after it's on farm, cool, right? It's just
crazy. I mean, I just watch a melee. Like, I'll just watch melee run like straight through the mob, and there's a timer for the cleave too, and it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to watch.
Here, let me tell you something. You might like this. So in the GDKP where I killed, because I did kill Lich King this week. Thank God I had the prog with us, or else I would have really looked dumb. But I actually looked pretty good on that fight. I looked dumb on a lot of fights, but I looked pretty good on that one. But so they have the 3 groups, right? But if one of the things spawns in ranged is expected to rotate over, tank goes over, melee goes over, off tank comes over. Like, so you just keep, like, if it spawns on the ranged is just expected to book it.
Yeah,
And
I think that's a conclusion I was coming to. What we started doing was I would like tank it sort of in between the groups, and then the melee would like naturally adjust, and I'd yell at the range to move a little bit. But it is just easier if everybody moves, I think.
Yeah,
like,
I think. I mean,
if we all just readjust. Yeah,
that part seemed fine. And then in the second phase phase 2 of that part, after you come back, when they're spawning faster, they had the tanks kind of like swapping off. Like, you'd be done with the other mobs, and then the tanks would take every other one. And they'd still keep them together, but like they'd take every other one instead of one tank doing it.
Yeah, because there's an extra one during that phase, I think, and like they come out faster. So it is, you do kind of have to pay attention. And then that makes sense because they're kind of hard to grab, especially being full chonk. Like the threat just isn't there anymore. It's messed up how like the snap threat just is not the same if someone's already blasting on it and you got to go run and get it back. So, it would definitely be easier having the tank switch off. For the real phase 2, the defile phase, some things that we did to help, we didn't tank them right in the middle. We stopped tanking them right in the middle because the Valkyr were like going in 3 different directions when they were in the middle. So like we pull them off to the side a little bit so they go in the same direction. People just have to like put their blinders on. Like, put your blinder on for defile. Like, ignore everything else. Let the tank die. Get the defile out. You know, like,
I started
like nothing else matters.
I started basically when it's just like 3 seconds from. I literally stop hitting buttons and I just hover my finger over rocket boots, and I'm just ready to go. And like,
That's
I'm
exactly
just like,
what I do.
whatever happens,
there, like,
I don't care.
Like, who's it gonna be on? Who's it gonna be on?
Yeah, and I'm just like, just get out because you have to go fast, and it's. And in the kill that I did, I got defile the first time around, and then I got defile the second time around, and both sprint and rocket boots weren't up. And I had to go fast, and I did, and I was like, oh God, thank God.
That's why I always tell people to shimmy away from people as well, too. Because, like, especially if you see them not rocket bootsing out, it's like, get away from them. Like, go the opposite direction they're going. Make sure this thing doesn't grow. That's all that really matters. For me, I just hate the second defile. I think it's always the second defile. The way that the tanking lines up is like, I get Soul Reaper on me, which is the tank mechanic. The Valkyr come down and collect 3 people, then Defile comes out. And my screen is cluttered with giant notifications being like, Soul Reaper on the tank. This person picked it by Valkyr. This person picked it by Valkyr. This person picked it by Valkyr. Defile out. And I'm like, oh my God. like trying to pay attention for the defile at that point is like, where is it? Which one is it? It puts out
we need to get
names.
you Foji. Foji's like less spam, I guess. Is this?
Yeah,
like,
Thames definitely likes to tell you everything. It's just like, I don't care who got picked up by a Valkyr. It's like the same size. I mean, obviously I can go in and change it, but it's like the same size as who gets defile as who got picked up by a Valkyr. It's like, I don't care. Like, I truly do not care who got picked up. Maybe the healers, maybe I would care a little bit, but in weekend we were having some problems just killing the Valkyr. I think people weren't switching, or we don't have the DPS. I think people just weren't switching was our big problem, because like, even when we got our stuns right, it was like, why aren't these dying?
So you guys said that at the end of the night, but and it was only on that last attempt that I looked. But since you guys said that, I was just scrolling and just like double clicking, looking at everybody in details or whatever, and everybody had damage on them. And so I was just like, I wonder if we're just not properly. I think we're not properly stunning them enough, because they didn't.
We were stunning them good. At the last one we did was good. I do agree that some of them were really bad when they were coming down at first, so it was hard to tell. I do kind of want to bring it up, but yeah, I mean, I think it's a mixture because like there were times where we were watching melee attacking the Lich King and we're like, stop. me and Harzer is like, stop that. But yeah, I mean, there's
about
lots
the
of
death orb that like when you're running back in from the like edge,
yeah,
the little death orb that will like
yes, the easiest
shoot you into
mechanic.
oblivion.
Yeah, the range just have to kill them. I don't know what range they're up to, but they have like 10k health. I think you just have to kill them.
I remember it was like our first or second attempt, and I was just like, or it may have been later, I don't know, but like I hadn't encountered it at all. And then all of a sudden, like I was just running back in like I always do, and then I was like, boom, and it just literally shot me out into the universe. And I was like, okay, well, guess my time's over. You can't get res, like nothing. You're just dead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's nothing you can do. And like it just, you have to do all these mechanics, like you just have to do them right. But it wasn't bad. We didn't have that many attempts on phase 2 in the weekend. Weekday, I feel like we were getting pretty good. And even weekend, I feel like we were good with the defile. I think as long as you manage to defile, that phase isn't too bad. On heroic, obviously there's going to be like crazy tank concerns, but I don't think they exist that much. We can kind of get around. We can kind of get away with like doing with whatever is tanks. We don't have to be that organized. Just like as long as we have cooldowns up and stuff, we can like eat this. We don't have to like taunt back and forth. We just use a cooldown and eat the Soul Reaper, and it doesn't matter that much. That will matter, of course. But then there's the final phase, which we didn't really get to a lot in either raid. I think you only have to see that final phase. I think if you see the final phase with everybody alive like 2 or 3 times, you probably get the boss down. We just weren't getting there with everyone alive. We were losing people in that second intermission a lot, actually. Which was like pretty unfortunate. At first, it was like just getting out fast enough. Honestly, we had a really good attempt where like we just forgot that we had to get out, and like we just didn't get out anywhere near fast enough. We were tanking Lich King in the middle, and it was like, oh, it's time to get out, and we just got destroyed by the AoE that he does. So cleaning up stuff like that, but we just need some more time. We were kind of learning about how to do the ghosts properly, and we were having paladins run out there. It seems like an off tank with just like shields can just like run out there and slowly eat all the ghosts if you have to. It didn't seem great having like a Fury Warrior go shield wall it and kill them. It seemed like it made more sense to have an off tank go out there and just eat it. Just having a giant health pool and maybe like a minor cooldown. Seemed to be plenty for the most part. But again, on 10-man, when we killed Lich King, we just like didn't have a plan for the ghost at all. We just like lucked into a kill. I said this is the last pull, and we got to the last phase and then did it, and we're like, oh, okay. We just kind of kited them around away from the ghouls, away from the spirits. And then on 25-man also, you have to pay more attention to who gets the Harvest Soul. That's what it's called, Harvest Soul. They get like sent underground and have to like kill a mob by themselves, or like they have an ad with them. And healers either have to heal the ad down there, or you have to, if you're a DPS, you have to kill the ad down there. But if they die to Harvest Soul itself and never make it down, then Lich King will just enrage immediately and then to kill the tank. So we were able to successfully kite off that, but I think you kind of just need that person to survive. So that's the other thing. We barely, like, in our attempts, we barely even talked about that mechanic because we just didn't get to that phase very often. So I think once people, like, if people now having seen it go refresh themselves on the fight, maybe watch a video now that they've seen all the phases, I think it'll make a little bit more sense. But normal Lich King seems pretty easy. We just need like an hour to kill him. And that means like figuring out how much time we spend on other heroics. It all crunches down to time management in there, because the heroic Lich King definitely is not the hardest guy, but it is mechanics driven, so you do have to learn it, and it's just a long fight to learn. But both raids have now seen every phase, so I'm hopeful that we will do well. We are not raiding. It is BlizzCon. It's BlizzCon this weekend. and then Halloween this week. It is actually Halloween on raid night, so our raids are
I think
canceled.
even this week though, or this previous week, we were much quicker with the other bosses that we had already killed. And even with some of the newer ones, it was much faster. We went through things a lot quicker, I feel like. So
Things are going to be super quick. Like a quick run through of what weekday looks like. Like you one shot Marrowgar, we do normal Lady Death Whisper, Gunship one shot, Saurfang one shot. The more damage we do, the easier a lot of these fights are going to get. Rotface, easy one shot. Festergut, I think we can probably try some heroic. And if we aren't feeling it yet, or we need an extra healer or something, we try it. I don't think you have to spend that much time on him, though. You to kind of know if you have the damage to do it, or if you're just not healing enough. Normal Blood Prince, Heroic Blood Queen. The fight's exactly the same. As long as people live, it's a one shot basically. I think we almost did it in 30 minutes at 24 without our raid leader in weekend. So again, I think weekday, I think we can bust through it. Valithria, I'm hoping we don't spend a ton of time on, because since we've done it before already, but maybe a couple of pulls. Cindergross is the same way. If you're only doing normal, now that people know the fight, it should be super quick. And then you're on Lich King. So it's a lot of bosses. Over 5 hours, I think it's pretty comfortable if you're not spending a ton of time on different heroic progression. 3 hours, though, which is what we allot to 10 mans, basically. Sometimes 2.5 hours, tonight. It's that's hard to get through all the bosses. Just walking to all the bosses and killing them is about a 2.5 hour experience. That's basically what it feels like. Maybe a 2 hour experience if you're just kind of pushing it. So you do have to keep moving. And even in the ones that feel like you're going super fast, it's 1 a.m. and we're just on Cindergosa, and you're oh my god, now we have to do Lich King prog. It's hard to get all of it done, but yeah, it's good.
There was something I wanted to mention that was hilarious on one of our progs. I think it was weekday, but when we were about to go to the phase, the second part, when you fight the ads on the outer edge, and I jumped before the platform was there, and you were oh god,
Bob.
It's okay. So Foji tells you to jump, and
Bill,
you get out of there
Bill, who cares?
In perfect timing.
Listen, Foji told me to do the same thing, and I was no.
If Foji tells you to jump off a bridge, do you do it, Bob?
I mean, it works great.
It did work. It just scared the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did it. I did it when I killed him too. Well, the first time I didn't either, and I was talking to chat, and I was well, this is dumb. This doesn't make sense. If you jump, you just make yourself even more chance to get hit by AoE, and then I was oh, it's got you jumping before the platform shows up.
Even shows
That's
up.
smart.
Definitely
okay.
spooky. Definitely spooky to observe. That's for sure. When you have one guy and it's Bob jumping early, it's
whoa.
So
either it's a Bob up or it's a Foji thing. It's one or the other, and I didn't think Foji.
I do have some bad news. I need to just say that I just found out in chat. Real quick here, I just need to say my heartfelt sorry to everybody in the Pushing Up Peace Bloom Guild on Hardcore. As people know that listen to the show, I was hacked weeks ago. My Discord account is still hacked, and today I found out that they got rugs, which breaks my heart, and so that adds another one that my account was used to hurt. But then now, Hap Stream, the leader of Pushing Up Peace Bloom, got hacked and lost the entire Pushing Up Peace Bloom Discord. So I am so sorry to you guys. I know it wasn't me that did it, but it was me that was dumb and got my account hacked, and I'm so sorry. So I just wanted to say that. Yeah, it's really kind of bummed me out there at the end. Oh, but
on that note,
yeah, we'll keep guys. If you know anybody that knows me on Discord, please just spread the word. I have a tweet out that's got about 40 or so retweets now. Maybe Discord will get off their ass and help, but I don't know. All right, well, okay, well, yeah, do we have anything else to add?
No,
Yep.
it's fun. I like ICC. I
It's
just
fun.
it's just have to do too much of it.
Yep.
But I do like.
Speaking of,
do
aren't you
like
going to one tonight?
Yes, there's one in 2 hours that will keep me up. Hey, listen, like I just said, it's gonna keep me till 1 a.m. and we're only gonna be on Cindergosa, and it's gonna be like, oh, let's do Cindergosa and Lich King though, and it's 1 a.m. I was like, come on,
Let's just bust through it fast. Let's just bust through it.
we'll go as fast as we can. I've never seen a sign up with so many tentatives in my life. Oh, we did get another official sign up. That's good. But it's 8
Look at
signups
that.
and 6 tentatives. So that's pretty cool. But
How
at
many
least we
healers
have.
do you have? Just 2?
There's a couple tentative healers, and chain crits can technically heal. And
But a
we have
disc priest would be
2
really
tentatives.
nice.
Yeah, I mean, a disc priest would be nice. But what if all these tentatives appear? You know, you never know.
Yeah.
I'm okay with anything. I'm okay with anything. I would also love to kick chain crits out of that group. Who does he think he is? No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, who is Chain Crits?
He comes to weekends at times. He does
Oh.
pummel GDKPs with me. I've run a bunch of dungeons with him too. He's a
Some
nice
Australian guy. He goes, oi mate, I gotta
He's
go
from
do a
down
boss
under.
now. Oh, we're gonna go do a boss now.
Shrimp on the
All right.
bobby.
That's enough of that. But
This is
yeah,
wonderful.
an endless ICC. I raid 6 days a week, I think, right now. So
All right. Well, Yip, where can we find you?
you can find me nowhere, or like maybe at the
Raiding
Yip Show on
days a week.
Twitter. Yeah, you can find me raiding in ICC/who Yip. Catch me in ICC. Say hello. I'll be in a chipper mood.
Yeah.
Mel, where can we find you? Not in the Warcraft Reloaded Discord anymore, since that we've all been
Yep.
kicked from that now, guys. So,
Yep, did you get kicked?
No, I'm still in it.
Yep.
All right.
guys,
I'm still in it. I posted a message.
Unless they've changed my account name, unless we're going to have to make a new Discord, unless Discord gets off their ass and fixes my account. But I'm not holding my breath at this point, since it was Friday the 13th that it got hacked. And yeah, and we're at the 30th now. So not holding my breath.
Kind of crazy. Discord's not really holding up their end of the service, I feel like. Kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, they've got bots that do things, but guys, sometimes you gotta, what saved my Twitter is that Twitter, if you change key information like your email address and stuff like that, it locks out other stuff for like 48 hours. So that's why I was able to get that back easy. If Discord did the same, then they wouldn't have been able to jump in, change my backup codes immediately, change my email address immediately, make a new account with that email address, attach an authenticator to it, so I can't even get rid of it, even with control of the email. It's a freaking nightmare, man. But
I get it, man. When I was 12, someone told me that they'd make me probably 10. Someone told me that they'd make me a game master of RuneScape if I gave them my password, and
I lost it all. I was talking to Willie today, and he was like, "I came from," because they tried to get him today, and he's like, "I came from RuneScape, where hacking is just kind of part of the game."
So in RuneScape, scamming was not against the rules.
Same with Ultima Online.
Yeah, so like you could just, I mean, I guess it is technically against the rules, but they don't do anything. So you could literally just, I mean, I've done it. Like, hey, can I hold your armor really quick? Log out. Bye.
Dude, there were ways to get people to drop their like really nice sandals and shit, like because you like filled up their bag with like 256 items, and then it auto drops.
Oh, that's actually sick. That's cool.
Because it was an old game and it was stuck to the 256 number, like item number. It's so funny. But all right, well, we're going to send you guys back to the rest of the episode with me, Kim, and Classic Go. So enjoy the rest of that, talking about BlizzCon, and we'll see you later.
Bobby, we need to have a talk about this World of Warcraft Classic. Do I look like I know what a WoW token is?
All right. BlizzCon is next week, and I am excited. We got our schedule out. It looks like the panels are going to be running a little bit different this time around. You know, before there'd be panels running like all over the place in different spots, and it looks like the panels are going to run in one spot. Then everything else is going to be more interactive based. And there was a lot of interactive based stuff in BlizzCon before, but there was just a lot more panels. I felt like. But what we have so far is day one. You know, doors open. Then we have the opening ceremony. Then we have WoW. What's next? That's retail. Then we have WoW Classic. What's next? That's at 3:30 p.m. PST. Then the day two schedule is 10 a.m. Guild Clash. I don't know what that is. Then WoW Deep Dive. Then the Arena Finals, which will be interesting to watch. Then the 10.2 Mythic Plus Showcase. Then the Mythic Dungeon Final. Then Community Night. Then 10.2 Raid Showcase. That's our schedule for panels. Now there's a whole lot of other stuff to do, but there's a whole bunch of live streamer stuff that's some going on, and there's a whole bunch of meet and greets to meet like people like Bajera and Platinum, and it's all like so many like retail people.
Yeah.
But yeah,
you could meet Sarth, I think it looks like.
Sarth, S-Fand. I mean, is Sarth the only classic WoW person?
Desi Heat.
Where's Desi? I don't see Desi on the list.
Oh, I see that on the right. Yeah, streamer schedule. I don't know if that's a meet and greet though. That might be something different.
Go down to the meet and greet your favorite favorite streamers. Okay. There's no stay safe. There's no. It's literally just retail people.
Yeah.
Besides Sarth, you can say S-Van's like classic, but he's only vanilla classic, right?
Yeah, he's like era, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. The only one, if I'm looking at the WoW people, Talius and Evitel, awesome. Love to meet him. But everybody else, I'm like, Platinum WoW, love to meet him. I'm hoping to meet him because I do know his roommate. So hoping to get to meet him. He's awesome. But like the rest of them, like, you do retail.
I mean, I like Peekaboo.
It's like the meme of that face where you're like, the little girl that's like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I've met Peekaboo before. So Mel made fun of him.
What?
In 2018. Because he was a professional WoW PvPer. She was like, but Overwatch is so much cooler.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so yeah, we've already met him. Yeah, I don't even know half of these people, which is the funny part. I know Bajira because he's the guy the super buff guy that looks like God of War.
And he plays Warrior, I'm pretty sure too.
Yeah,
he used to main Warrior, and
he did play. He played a lot he came back and played a lot in Classic, but he's mainly a retail guy. That bums me out that there's so little. I wonder if some of these streamers are other games too, like maybe Hearthstone or something too. Like maybe if there was an Overwatch streamer, I don't see any Overwatch streamer that I know from here either.
I know everybody on Saturday are WoW people. like Mr. GM, Sony. If Sony is Sony Digital, and Bellular, yeah.
Belluar, I
day-
still crack up. The first time I ever saw any content from him was when Classic first came out, and he tried to make a joke that the no changes people should be asking for no add-ons because they didn't have add-ons in vanilla, and I was like, bro, we had add-ons before it even went live. What are you talking about? I was like, you're just a baby, though. It's okay. You don't know.
Let me ask you about one of the panels.
Okay.
The World of Warcraft post BlizzCon Q&A. That used to be a live thing, and it's swapped to you can submit questions, and then it's going to be like a week after, and then they're going to have a video of the questions being answered. That sounds kind of like
Uh-oh.
it
Did
sounds like a
someone do
bad
something bad?
change. Yeah,
Did someone like do something bad last year and like
No, I think
say something they weren't supposed to, or
I think they're afraid of Red Shirt Guy at this point. And so they just want to make sure Red Shirt Guy doesn't get in there. So, like, Kim, do you know Red Shirt Guy?
no? Here I'm thinking like, are you talking about the red hats or?
No. Red Shirt Guy is a guy that showed up to BlizzCon every year with a question that stumped the devs. And the first year that he showed up,
Nice.
it was Chris Metzen on stage, and he asked about a lore thing. And he's like, but this couldn't be this because this person's dead, or either dead or still alive. And then Chris Metzen looks over at the other person that's up there with him, and he goes, you're right. We're going to get someone on that to fix that ASAP. And it's just like, and then every year he comes, and he's just, I don't know if he came in 2019 if he was there, but every year he'd have something that would stump the devs and be like, oh, okay, yeah, we didn't see that. And he'd ask his questions like, I just wanted to ask about this because of this, and this. It's very monotone. I don't want to make it sound like I'm making fun of the guy, so I'm not trying to do that. But he had a very unique way of speaking, and it was very iconic for BlizzCon. So he was known as Red Shirt Guy from that point on, and he just took it, in stride and wore a red shirt every year.
Oh, apparently, according to chat, they put that guy on their team.
Oh, really? I never heard that.
Huh.
I mean, that would be a smart move. It's like the government hiring hackers,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. So, all right. So you guys have never been. What's some of your expectations of what this is going to be like?
The one thing I was thinking of was like being able to test some stuff. That seems like it'd be cool if there was like a beta version. If we had first access, if they had PC set up, if we could go in there and like beta test Cataclysm or whatever season of Mastery is coming that's in the works. That'd be cool.
You'll be able to do that for everything on the show floor. It's usually
so that'd be sick.
They'll have PCs set up for each different game. And you'll just wait in line and then go in and play it for a certain amount of time. I remember when new characters and stuff were coming out for Overwatch, we got to like play them at there in a quick match against 6 other people, and the lines usually move pretty quickly on those in years past. So you definitely will have that. If you're media, you'll have a room that's just yours to use. And unless there's a lot of people waiting, you're just allowed to play as long as you want. So that part's pretty nice.
Pretty sweet.
I'm really looking forward to the arena finals because I've watched it online, and it's usually like the day after or whenever it gets posted as a VOD. Because way back in the day, it used to be like Major League Gaming was like the host of the tournaments, and it was like a paid thing. You had to pay to watch it, and to be able to be there live and watch it, I think it's going to be pretty hype.
Well, and also just to let everybody at home know, they haven't talked about this a whole bunch. They haven't like reiterated it, but when they first announced BlizzCon, they said the virtual ticket, which in years past cost money, the virtual ticket to watch every panel and live stream from Blizzard is completely free for everyone this year. I listened to all the other podcasts, and for some reason that like slipped their mind, or they just didn't see that on the first opening press release. But it's free for everybody. I think the in-game rewards and stuff like that is an upcharge, so that'll be something different. But the ability to watch everything live is right there. So that's a pretty neat thing for everybody to have access to.
It doesn't seem like it's as long as I thought it was going to be. Like, it seems like it ends early in the day. I thought it was going to be till 8, 10 at night or something. It looks like
Same.
6, 7. It's going to be over each day.
That's normal.
I'm personally just going to visit my buddies and see some arenas.
That's the main reason to go. As far as the panels and stuff, I'll be checking them out and hopefully getting private interviews. But in years past for media, we've had different press conferences that are upstairs where it's a small room with just media, where, the last time I was there in 2019, we got to ask Jeff Kaplan a whole bunch of questions in a small room. That's where Mel got the picture of her hugging Jeff. And
Jeff.
Yeah, Papa Jeffy Cap. But I'm hoping that they still have those. I haven't gotten any information from the team yet if I got any of the people that I requested interviews with. I'm hoping I did, but either way, still being able to go and record those press conferences would be nice. But really, the whole point of the thing is seeing everybody, talking to everybody. For content creators, especially me, as a show that brings on guests and interviews people, it's great for just networking. Like, people will say a lot more and trust you a lot more if you meet in real life. So, I mean, that's how I first got, Uber and Monte Cristo on the shows, because I met them in real life. Like, there would have been no way I would have gotten them on the Al recap if I hadn't met them IRL. So it's a great way to network, and just the people just hanging out with everybody is so fun. And so it ending early is kind of cool. Just because everybody just funnels out to the different parties and stuff. There'll be a bunch of different parties. I don't know how much it'll be this year, just because I think they hurt himself pretty bad by not really sticking it to that, hey, this is going to happen. They should have done it at the start of the year, because a lot of people have to set this up early, right? And so they didn't do that, which is kind of a bummer.
Are you still planning on having are you planning on a live Warcraft Reloaded, kind of like you did with TwitchCon last year?
Yep. Right now, the tentative plan is I'm thinking Thursday evening, at the Marriott or the Hilton, and just trying to grab people as they walk by and get them to come in and just talk for a sec, and just set up on one of the tables and just have people come, and I'll live stream it on the phone and then record the audio via my travel setup. But yeah, I'm planning on doing that. It's just gonna kind of play it by ear and see when we can get the most people to come. But yeah, definitely hoping to do that. Might even do a thing. I thought about a thing where I live stream, and we just walk around, and Mel just talks to people in the crowd, and, like with the mic, and to ask them why they're here, that type of deal. Thought about doing that too, just for like an hour or two, one of the days. But whatever we do, we're going to do some fun stuff. It is a little weird that I don't see any information on the ending concert. Does anybody in chat or anybody know anything? Did they not book a gig for this year? Because every year in years past, there was a huge concert at the end. Like in 2019, there were 3. Like you could choose which concert you wanted to go to. I mean, we went and saw, who's the Meet Virginia? I can't wait to meet Virginia. Yeah, yeah. Who is that?
I don't know.
Oh my God. Come on, chat. Somebody help me. Did I just sing it poorly, or do you not know the Meet Virginia song?
I live in Virginia, but I don't know.
Where is Mel when you need her? Okay, Train. We went and saw Train, but you could also see the girl that does a whole bunch of gaming music, violin-wise. I don't know her name, but she's really big. Just because I don't know her name just doesn't mean anything. But then you could also go to the third choice was you could go see Hodor DJ.
Oh, I heard he's actually good.
Yeah. I heard too. I didn't get to go see him because Mel had to see Train. Train was not an option. We had to see Train. So
like the 90s band Train?
I think they were 2000s. Yeah, definitely 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. 2000s.
So I see a South Korean girl group is listed, Les Seraphim. I probably butchered that. That's November 4th, 6:15.
The Angels?
It says appearance. It says like Les Seraphim appearance.
It's kind of funny because
that's
the Angel Stadium.
But that's not a I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was hoping
maybe they're playing
Tenacious
music?
D was gonna be but they had Metallica one year at BlizzCon.
What?
I'm pretty sure. It could
Didn't
be
they
crazy.
have like Blink 182 one year too or something?
I don't remember Blink 182, but they've always had a good concert at the end. And like, I don't think they have that this year.
Man,
so
Metallica,
that's weird.
Like announcing Death Knight or something would be sick.
Yeah, so that part's a little weird for me because like that's going to be very different. But they've said that this is going to be a different experience. So, I mean, Wiggles would be great. Resto Magus in chat, Mr. Wiggles. Oh, it'd be great to have him perform, and that'd be cheap. You can get that shit cheap. He even lives in LA. Oh, guy, Blizzard, you got that idea from here? Resto Magus, give him a free ticket. That would be so good. You guys do know who Mr. Wiggles is, right? I've tried to get him on the show.
I don't think so.
He's the guy that made the Guild Recruit Me song video.
Oh, apparently you're talking about a different guy, Bob.
Okay.
The Wiggles, like the little the baby song thing. Is that who it is?
Dude, okay,
Like,
well, who's who's the oh my god, this is gonna okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's like the little kid like
Baby
songs
Shark?
for little kids sing.
Right here. Okay,
Baby
yeah,
Shark.
sorry. It's not Mr.
Baby
It's
Shark.
Mr. Wobbles. You see how I got that messed up, but you seriously don't know this? You haven't watched this?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to send this to you after the show. You need to watch this. It's out of this world good. Oh my god. And he did a whole thing when Ruggs was on. He like did a song about feral druids, like when they got buffed.
Yeah, I heard that one.
Yeah, Mr. Wobbles would be great to get. Okay, well, it is weird that they don't have a headliner. That was a thing, but now that I think about it, I wonder if it's because it's something we do have to talk about. BlizzCon's going alcohol free. And while I think that's like, respectable of them, I think it's extremely dumb as far as profit goes. But maybe that's why they're not doing a concert at the end, because they can't actually pay for it without alcohol sales during it.
Maybe. I mean, that sounds about right.
And since it's virtual is free as well, virtual used to have a price, and maybe those sales went towards the concert too.
Very true.
Maybe.
So this could just be like a test run. Like, hey, if we're making enough money to have a concert next year, then maybe they'll bring it back next year.
Yeah, it is a bummer because it kind of just like sealed. I don't know. It put a pin in the con, at the end, really well, and so it's kind of a bummer that's not there. So. Oh, what else was I going to point out? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But Kim, you didn't give us any of your expectations.
I don't really know what to expect, to be honest. I've never gone, as you stated before, and
where are you staying?
I'm staying with my family.
How close is that?
In Orange, right next to it.
Oh, nice. So you could just take an Uber back to them.
I will have my own car.
Are you going to be drinking? Because I hope you're not going to be drinking and driving.
Nah. If I end up drinking, I'll probably call an Uber. I don't know. I might have to drop off the car if we're going to do anything afterwards and get crunk. It would. I don't think I've ever drank with Bob in real life before, so I kind of want to do that.
We'll have a good time.
That'll be a necessary Uber ride.
We'll see. That's the whole thing. Talk about the alcohol sales at BlizzCon, but I never actually bought any of it. I mean, it's literally $12 beers, and what? Yeah, and if you want a fancy drink, it's like $15. And the Hilton and Marriott are the same way. I mean, we went the first year and stayed, a 15-minute walk from it. But we learned real quickly after our bar tab that first year, our bar tab was thousands of dollars. And
whoa.
I mean,
per day?
Well, I mean, if you're buying a Red Bull vodka for $15 and then you tip properly, you're tipping at least $3. So that's almost $20 a drink, right? And then we did some shots with other people and different things, and
put it on my tab.
I'll sneak it in my mom's alcohol cabinet and bring something down.
Well, and that's the whole thing. If you stay at one of the hotels, yeah, you pay more per night, but what you save in just walking up to the room and refilling your drink and coming back down, the money that you save is astronomical. So it makes more sense to just, get the room. Although if you don't get the room early, then, I mean, the rooms are probably going for $800 on, a night now. Whereas Mel and I rented 4 days, and 2 of the days were $120 and 2 of the days were $350. And then we got 2 of the days free. But it's because we reserved the room prior to BlizzCon even being announced. So
that's smart.
Yeah. So, and you could cancel at any time. So why not do that? And so, but yeah, that's the whole point. So you'll definitely be able to leave your stuff in the room and be able to have a good time without spending, all your money. But that's a tip for everybody.
Can you do that during the day too? Go watch the opening ceremony, go back to the hotel, have a drink, go back in, watch. Wow, what's next? The retail thing. Leave again to the hotel. You can keep going back and forth.
Yes, if you're.
Oh, nice.
I mean, you can do it at any hotel, but you wouldn't want to do it if you were a 15-20 minute walk, because that's taking an hour out of your day. Whereas if you're at the Marriott or the Hilton, you're up to that room in 5 minutes, and then you're back down. After you do what you do up in the room, you're back down in 5 more, and then you're still there. And that's what makes it so nice to have a room so close.
I like how shady you made that sound. Like, after you do what you do in your room.
Well, because, it might not be alcohol that you're doing,
No, I don't know.
Point. Yeah, elaborate, Bob.
Okay, well, so for anybody that doesn't know, that is coming down, and I don't say this. I don't like condone or say you shouldn't do this or say you should do this. But if you want to, and you are a green enthusiast, then when you get there, there is no place to buy any herb in Anaheim. It is outlawed to have the shops there, but they just deliver it. So just look up on your app or whatever you're doing, or just Google search it. You just jump on their site, you type in some stuff, and they deliver it to like the front of the Hilton or the Marriott. So if that's your game, then that's another tip that you could have there.
Or you could take my car.
Can you drink in public there or no? Because Vegas you can drink like on the Strip, but can you do that in LA or in Anaheim?
No, not allowed.
Nope. You
got to brown bag it.
I wouldn't brown bag it because that would be obvious.
That'd be very conspicuous.
I've got all of my tools here for different things, and when you first get there, you definitely want to head to CVS right away and get provisions for the trip. You want to get chips, you want to get snacks, you want to get all the type of stuff, because by Friday morning, the CVS's and the places that are within walking distance you could buy stuff are going to be completely cleared out. You won't be able to find. I mean, it's crazy. It looks like it was ransacked by looters by Sunday. I mean, it's just empty because they can't guess how much stuff that they need, and everybody just buys everything to put in their rooms for the con. So your first destination is definitely wanting to go and get anything you're going to need, because you're going to want snacks, you're going to want everything, and you're not going to want to pay the prices you're going to have to pay at the different trucks and everything. So that's another tip. I'm trying to think of what are some other tips.
Are there food vendors inside usually?
Yeah, food.
Like good ones or?
Normally really good food trucks. Only problem is you want to try and have a group that is willing to take shift turns in line, because and you're going to have to do it because everybody does this. They take shifts. So you're going to see, 40 people in front of you in line. And what that actually means is there's 120 people in front of you in line. And so it's the food trucks. Honestly, I usually do not do the food trucks unless someone's willing to wait in line and doesn't expect me to take a line shift. I'll tell them right off the bat, I'm not going to do a line shift. Are you still okay with me jumping in with you? And if they're like, no, you need to do a shift, I'm like, okay, cool. If they're like, oh, you can jump in there, I'm like, okay, well then, that's a win-win. But I'll tell them straight up right off the bat, I'm not going to spend any of my time here doing that. I would rather just walk across the street to, there's like a cool, I don't know if it's still there, but there's a bunch of cool places to eat, like Hooters. like pizza places and different places, like all on the outside that you can get to pretty quickly. And so I would suggest doing that. But the food trucks are really good. And if you see the lines short, jump in quick. Like that's my, don't try to go right at lunchtime because you're going to see crazy lines. That's what I've seen in the past.
I see it's supposed to be kind of hot while we're there too.
Is
And
it?
I'm not looking forward to that. I mean, it was like I don't want to lie. I think it was like 80s or something.
SoCal does. Yeah, that area does kind of. Yeah, like I like grew up there, and yeah, it can get pretty toasty.
But
Even
nighttime looked
around
cool.
here. Yeah, generally nighttime's okay. And
Yeah.
thankfully Hilton, Marriott both have air conditioning. So
Yeah, I would say definitely I was a shorts guy during the day, jeans guy during the night.
Yeah.
It definitely has quite a shift of temperature. But here, you guys, can you hold down the fort for a second and
Yeah.
talk between yourselves while I'll be right back?
I'm a priest. I always fort.
Fort
Heyo.
you, man.
I'm a fort on your face.
Yeah, so I plan on getting there Wednesday, and I posted this in a Discord that Bob had invited me to, and it was like a channel that said, what are your plans? And I plan on going hiking on Thursday during the day. Yeah.
Where about?
There's I forget what it's called. There's a state park that's about 10 miles east of like the convention center.
Is that like Silverado Canyon? Maybe not.
Let me pull it up.
There's a couple of nice spots in that area, but it does also get really hot.
Do you say Santiago Oaks?
Santiago?
I know.
Yeah,
Santiago Oaks Regional Park.
Okay.
So like I know I'm probably going to be the only dude out there, and it's going to be way too hot because it's
Oh shit.
lower
earthquake.
80s. Oh,
What the hell was that? I just
where are you
I
at?
just felt my whole apartment shake. NorCal?
Oh dang!
Yeah, I just felt my whole apartment shake. That was kind of nuts. Oh, anyway. Hopefully that's it.
Yeah, I was like, there's going to be an aftershock, right?
I didn't get any pings on my phone. They started doing this thing where like if it's above a 4.0, then they'll text you.
Oh yeah.
But that
I slept through the two earthquakes that I was in when I lived in LA.
actually, I'm gonna look that up. I wonder how big that was.
I got to work twice, and they're like, "Dude, the earthquake." I was like, "Earthquake?
Yeah. What?
Huh? What?"
Earthquake tracker. Let's see here.
So I never got to see it. So yeah, you're gonna go Thursday to hike. You're not gonna want to go to Disneyland with all of us?
Stay to hike.
Disney. I didn't hear about Disney plans.
Yeah, it's
Disneyland.
Sarth,
Disneyland
Crix,
is
Jordy, Winky. Got a ton of people are going to Disneyland, which is across the street, like literally across the street. Yeah, we were planning on going Thursday.
I mean, I already spent my money on the trip and everything, the hotel, the ticket. Like,
Yeah,
Disney on
Disneyland
top.
is not cheap. It's
I
gotten
heard
so
the
much more
prices just went
expensive.
up too. Yeah.
That's something.
We used to have me and my friends. We live really close growing up to it, so we had season passes like every other year when we were like in elementary school.
Oh God,
And like
lucky.
me and my friends would just be like, "Yeah, school's out. You guys want to go to Disneyland? Okay, cool." And we'd just go like after school sometimes and stuff like that. It was really cool. But that was of course like 20 some years ago. So back
Yeah.
when entrance fee was under $100.
Yeah,
I gotta look now and see.
yeah. I'll be honest. I was like, yeah, I'm down. I didn't think about the ticket prices. If it's like $100 or $200, I ain't going. I won't go
No,
either.
It's definitely up there, yeah.
It looks like 119.
Oh, that's not too bad.
119 I could probably do.
Yeah, that's not too bad actually. Is that just Disneyland or Tomorrowland too?
Oh, I have
there's
insider info. Wiki will not be at Disney. Uh-oh.
Nice. Yeah, like there's what is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
California Adventureland is the other one. California Adventureland I think is actually better. They have better roller coasters, but
I think you get into both of them though, I think, right?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, see,
hopefully.
I've been to I've been to downtown Disney there, but I've never been to Disneyland. it just always seemed like such a waste when I've been to Disney World so many times, and it's so much better. Well, I guess I can say that because I've never been in Disneyland, but I have to just believe it's so much better. It's an entire city that's all Disney. Like, it's their city, and it's got like 8 parks, and it's
that sounds a lot more elaborate.
It is literally world. Like, it's Disney World. I think I'd rather go to Universal, but to get to Universal would be a long Uber ride from Anaheim.
Yeah, it's an hour plus.
But I would love to see like the Harry Potter land and stuff, because I've just never seen that. So that would be something. But yeah, I still don't know if I was even going to go to Disney. I just know that that's a plan a lot of people had.
It's not even letting me buy a ticket for Thursday. They might not even be open. Unless
they might have just
sold out or something. I don't know.
They might have sold out. Yeah, there might be a lot of BlizzCon people going on Thursday.
Because Friday, Saturday has tickets. Sunday.
In the past, all the podcast creators often would go to what was referred to as DizCon, which was Monday Disney. So it's the Monday after the con, people would go to Disney, and then they take the cheaper air flight home on Tuesday. Because honestly, the air flight going home Sunday, like Mel and I saved money on 2 of the different years by leaving Monday instead of leaving, or no, they went to DizCon Sunday after the con, and then they would leave Monday because I think one of the years the ticket prices for the plane were 3 times cheaper, were like 33% of what it would cost to leave Sunday. And we were able to use, what app is it? It was a hotel app. We were able to secure a room at the Hilton for $59 on Sunday night.
Great price for Hilton.
I know, yeah, the Hilton right at the convention center.
Yeah,
and this was the year that we stayed like a block. We stayed at a place that was like a block from the convention center, and you could cut through some fences and get there really quick. But then that last night we just stayed at the Hilton. Oh, the site's name is hotwire.com. So it's like a site where you can get cheap hotel rooms based on vacancy. And since everybody leaves Sunday, Hilton's like almost completely vacant. You know, Marriott too.
It's the Fuji of travel.
Yep. But we had no idea we would get Hilton because the way that app works is there's like 7 hotels in an area and you just get one of them. You don't get to choose. But But yeah, that is an option though, to stay later and save more money. But that's something we have to talk about though. Tickets.
Bob, we gotta have some beers at downtown Disney, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd look forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some pretty cool restaurants there. But guys,
yeah, definitely high level restaurants around there too.
Something that has me a little worried is tickets. There's still tickets available from Blizzard, guys. That's weird.
Because it used to sell out like the day that went up, right?
Well, they used to do 2 days and they would sell out. And this year they opened up more tickets way later, but I don't know if they opened up more tickets or if they didn't sell out the 2 times prior.
Yeah.
So I'm a little worried about that. So if they opened up additional tickets and those didn't sell out, then I get it, right? Because when they opened up the last range of tickets, it was just like 6 weeks ago or something. Like people can't plan a trip. Most people can't plan a trip in that amount of time, right? So it makes sense that they have tickets still left. But I went and looked at I don't know if Goat can still hear us or not, or if he's in the middle of something here. the Sweetie Pie.
What's up? Yeah. What's up? Sorry.
So they still have tickets, right? And it might be because they opened up more and there just isn't, they're just, people just can't make the plans. But I got my media credential today and went to sell my tickets on the AXS site. And guess what the cheapest resale ticket's going for? At least when I looked.
It was what, 300 originally?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say 500.
$150.
Oh gosh.
Whoa.
Half price.
Nice. Oh, that's. Ooh.
Yeah. And there was only one going for that price. That person's probably very desperate, scared that they're not going to sell their ticket. But there were dozens of tickets under $300, which makes me a little worried that, it's like, it's not as big as it was in the past. So that part's interesting as hell to me.
I looked up the capacity of the venue. It's 15,000 people. So, I mean, if it's at 12,000, that's still a lot of people.
Well, I mean, it's always been, that's what's been beautiful about BlizzCon is they've never oversold it. Like if I go to Planet Comic-Con here in Kansas City, it's like nut to butt people. Like you're trying to move through and you're smelling BO everywhere. Whereas like,
yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, BlizzCon always seemed to sell the right amount of tickets for the people that, for the amount of people that fit comfortably, right? But you never were able, you were able to resell your ticket for cost in literally minutes back in the day. And then most people resold them for a lot more. And it's interesting now to see that there's tickets still available. And as we speak right now, we are 8 days from the con. And that part worries me a bit.
I mean, I'd be fine with having a little extra leg room and not bumping into people. Shorter lines at the merch tables if I'm interested in like a hoodie or something. Yeah, maybe like the merch won't sell out in certain sizes that it sells out at, and I can get a hoodie or something.
Oh, well, there's another tip for you guys. Right now, the BlizzCon gear store is up. If you have a ticket, you should have gotten an email. You can buy your gear now, set the time, you will pick it up, and you will not have to wait in line. You'll just pick it up and take it back to your room or back to wherever. So there's a little pro tip for you there too. It used to be the pro tip was like, if you want to like buy your gear, like when there's nobody in line, you go during the concert on Saturday night. When everybody's at the concert, you run into the store, you buy your stuff, you walk out in like 10 minutes. But there's no concert, that's no longer a tip.
So is there a cosplay thing too? Is that just like people walking around that could be dressed up?
Yeah, cosplay is everywhere. I'm sure the cosplay people will be posting their meetups in whatever channels that they do that in, but I don't know. I mean, you're just going to see them constantly everywhere.
But they don't like have them go on stage or nothing?
Oh, the cosplay competition. No, that's a thing that used to be in the past too. I don't see that either. Well, maybe we'll get more. Maybe we'll get more news because there's a whole bunch of other areas. So I'm hoping they do an app like they did in the past too. The app helps a bunch with like knowing where to go for the things that you want to see, but I haven't seen anything published on that either yet. But yeah, I think that's all the tips and tricks I had and stuff. I guess let's end it out with predictions.
They're gonna somehow merge the classic games together, and you can pick and choose with the same character if you want to play vanilla, TBC, Wrath, or Kata. So it's not going to be different realms. It's all going to be the same realm. So I would be on like Mancrick, and I could log into my tune and be like, I want to be level 60 today, and I want to raid BWL, and then I can do it. Or hey, I want to do a TBC raid. I want to go to Serpent Shrine Cavern, and I can set my tunes level to 70 and go into SSC. They're going to figure out some way to merge the classic stuff together. So it's not going to be all these 5 separate things.
Do you think that would be cool for the classic crowd? Like the classic crowd seems to like.
I don't think it would be cool, and that's exactly why I think they're going to do it.
I have no predictions. My brain is just auction house. So, and on that front, I think that they might introduce the retail auction house in Cata, maybe. I think that would be a change that a lot of people would enjoy. Personally, it'd probably be easier for me to do what I do, where I don't have to single buy stacks. But that's kind of a minor thing, I think. Predictions. I feel like it would be cool to have like Wrath Plus or something. I know that Classic Plus was discussed a lot, and I think they might have even taken some of that feedback into account, and maybe they might try to integrate it with the currently existing version of WoW, whether it be hardcore or like classic era or whatever. It would be kind of cool to see some elaboration on the older content, but like that like in classic, how they had that like dungeon looking thing that we couldn't access in Stormwind.
Mm-hmm.
Like stuff like that. There's like a lot of like random parts of the original classic world that really haven't been like fleshed out, and it would be cool to kind of see those kind of things get developed.
I think there's a very good possibility of that. I mean, there's been supposed leaks for World of Warcraft Awakening for years now. I think up to 4 years, and I think it's very possible that's what Metzen's been working on, and it might just be a complete reboot from the beginning, and that's Classic Plus, and it might be all the things that were not completed in the original World of Warcraft. I've also thought like Classic Plus would be cool, like just going on from Wrath and not going to Cataclysm and stuff too. I really love the rotations in Wrath, right? Like I really like that. But yeah, I don't know. For crazy predictions, I think we're going to go back to Azeroth. Classic Plus is going to be classic, and it's going to be I don't know. It's just we're never going to go to new expansions. We're just going to keep getting new stuff, and they're going to take the model on from old school RuneScape, and they're going to start putting in new content in the game via polls. That's my crazy prediction.
So there was another thing I thought of. They move Classic to the Battle Pass, and then you have to pay to play retail still subscription. So they split. So it's not you pay for retail and then you also get Classic. I think they're going to split them up somehow to try to get more money out.
That is interesting, actually. That's a good point.
We'll just have both.
Like, I wonder what the overlap of players that actually do like classic type stuff versus people that do retail type stuff. Like, I wonder how that time is divided, because there aren't really that many like people that like hop onto retail and classic. I feel like it's like either the concentration is on one or the other. Like, I know like Stoof basically hops on to retail just to get mounts, and then that's it, right? And it's like, like that's a level. Well, maybe she does a raid here and there, but like that's kind of like the level of involvement I feel like a lot of the classic main people have. It's like, oh, maybe I'll hop on if the new expansion comes out, or like if there's something I can do, like if you have extra gold on your retail account and you want to buy tokens with it, right? Like the involvement, I feel like it's not really popular to be heavily invested into both.
See, Kim, this is exactly what I told. I had a debate with Jasmine back in Classic Vanilla, and I told him, I was like, I don't think that the majority of people playing Classic play retail with anything but like a jump in here and there and do something.
Right.
Like Classic's their main game, and Jasmine fought me so hard on that and said, I think you're wrong. I think the majority of people are from retail and play both. And I was just like, I don't think you're right. And it turns out I was right, because I don't think they do. It's been crazy playing hardcore though. Like this most recent hardcore run, I can't tell you how many people that I played with that were retail people that hadn't played Classic at all until hardcore, right? And I think people like Zyru and people coming over from retail influenced that move, because I so rarely ran into people that played retail ever. Like anything more than just like I come back for each expansion, level up, and then I'm done. It was so weird to be in dungeons and be talking to these people, and be like, huh. I will say they were really good players, most of the ones I ran into. Like, so there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, I was thinking there's either going to be some sort of battle pass split, or either retail or Classic's going to be free to play, but there's going to be a shitload of microtransactions instead. So they're going to try to get their money from the shop rather than subscription, because they just had this like the Nether Drake. They're trying to push and get like a year subscription out of everybody now, and then once they've got all that money, they're going to be like, oh well, yep, it's going to be free. And here's some in-game shop currency for your subscription that you currently have. So you can buy a mount now instead.
Like that'd be interesting if they ended up with a secondary currency system, like other type of gold, you know?
Yeah, like V-Bucks with Fortnite.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Actually, we're kind of already there with the
Just
token,
trolling
right?
here,
So-
aren't you?
Hey, you said crazy, wacky stuff, so I'm coming up with some
He
crazy
did. I
stuff.
heard him. Yeah.
Dude, we got M1 Rick in chat that says, everybody I know who was Classic only has quit. The only people I know who play Classic also play retail. Bro, you literally know the exact opposite people that I know. And I know quite a few people. And most people have quit retail and play Classic. So
Same for me.
I've
But then again,
known
we
a
also
couple.
know a lot of the same people. So
Yeah, I know some that have quit Classic and gone to retail, but I've also known some
who?
the other way around. My buddy Nest, one. Another buddy, what's his name? Imaru? Not Imaru. What's his name? I don't remember. It starts with E, EM something.
Yeah,
is it this guy? Is it this guy that's talking in chat?
I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah, retail guys, it's pretty much known that when Classic came out, subscriptions tripled for World of Warcraft. So I don't know if that's the same, but the game went downhill from there with Shadowlands, and yeah, Dragonflight was pretty cool with the dragon riding and stuff, but it's still who was it that I watched? I watched somebody's video pointing out how silly it is compared. Oh, it was the guy that got in a fight with Asmongold. He like showed up on my feed on YouTube recently. I forget his name, but he did point out a good point. He showed like Worgens, like a picture of a Worgen from Classic, and then a picture of a Worgen in Dragonflight, and it's the difference between something from a horror movie and something from a Disney cartoon movie. And that was the retail version. And that's what, in my opinion, retail has just become, is just a Disney, like non-scary, it's just not good. It's just really not good. I mean, if I was like maybe 12 years old, it'd be great. I don't know, but it's just not Tolkien, World of Warcraft. It's just not. Yeah, it's just not. It's just,
maybe the devs are going to
dragons.
Disney World afterwards for.
I know.
Like,
I mean-
oh, that's pretty cool. Why don't we do that?
I think it was Bellular that said they need to put the war back in World of Warcraft. And I was like, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yep.
Give us some violence back.
Yeah, give us some
Give me
toxic
some blood and gore.
Yeah, give me some toxic masculinity, please, for the love of God, on any of your male characters. Like, just give me some male characters that act like Sylvanas, and I'm cool because she's a badass. Like, I love that. I love that in male and female. Give it to me in male, please. It's like I just playing through Dragonflight. I was like, is every single one of these? Does anybody have anything besides pink or blue hair? What is going on right now? Like, what am I watching?
I was watching loads of videos today at work, and this one might have been Asmon that said it. And it was like, if there's not a decapitation in the next expansion, I'm not playing it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Dude,
come
give
on.
us- You know,
Have a dragon bite somebody's head off and spit it out.
well, and he even pointed out a good point. Like, even Dungeons and Dragons is down this path too. If you look at covers of Dungeons and Dragons books back in the day, it was a dragon. It was scary. It was visceral. And now you look at it and it's Abercrombie models, like on the front with really shiny, pretty armor. And it's not what we want. Like, what are you doing?
So you played Diablo, Bob. It was Diablo kind of gory and bloody, or is that toned down now too? Because when you hear the name Diablo, I think like
It was-
hell. So
It was
devil.
pretty good. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was pretty good. I'll definitely give it that. Yeah. I just want that back in Warcraft.
yeah.
Like, bring that back to Warcraft. We don't need dragons that smile. Like, we don't need any of that. Yeah.
Everybody's friends now.
Yeah. I mean, it's
You can ride me if you want.
all right. Well, I think we've went way over what I was supposed to do. So
Yeah, Bob. 2 hours. Come on.
I know. Dang it. It's going to be a long episode. All right. Well, any last thoughts? Any last questions about BlizzCon? Yeah, guys, big tip. If you do want to go last minute, you live in somewhere in California, like, check ticket prices. Do not buy them straight from, if you go to the BlizzCon site, you have two options. You could buy a resale ticket or you could buy from Blizzard. Definitely check the resale ticket because they are going for cheap, and I'm going to be putting mine up there for cheap because it's better to have some money than no money. So yeah. So
I had one question. I just got to bring it up because I forget which
Shoot.
which airport I'm flying into. I got to see which one it was.
SNA, John Wayne, probably.
I do like
Yeah.
that. Hey, did you guys see in chat? Resto said his crazy prediction is we skip Cata and go right to Pandaria. I'd be down for
They
that,
could.
honestly. I'd be totally down for that.
Gross.
I never played Pandaria, and I'd be down. Screw it.
Yeah, but I'm going into SNA.
Yep, John Wayne. It's a great
So,
airport.
How far away is that from the hotel, like the convention center? Like,
It's in Irvine. That's probably like a
It's a 15, 20 minute.
15-20 minute drive
Okay.
on the freeway.
Yeah, you
Not
got
too
that
bad.
tip from me.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't fly into LAX because it's a
Oh,
over
God.
hour Uber ride, and LAX is one
LAX
of the
is a
worst rated.
Cluster.
Yeah, it's one of the worst rated airports in the United States, whereas John Wayne is one of the top rated. The number
Yeah.
one rated airport in the United States is Kansas City. Our brand new airport is number one right now. So, but yeah, it's a better airport across the board, and yeah, you're closer. it costs a little bit more, but it's worth the weight in gold. I promise.
John Wayne is super clean. It's probably one of the cleanest airports I've ever been in.
Yeah.
And the population that goes through there is small because it's not an international airport.
Yep, and it's been rated one of the top airports in the United States for like a decade now. So
yeah,
I don't think anything's changing. And LAX, you'll hate your life, dude. You really, you don't understand
100%.
how big this airport is, and you will hate your life. Just don't do it.
Massive. It is a massive, massive airport, and like, if you incorrectly read your gate or something, you might just be screwed because that the amount of travel you have to do to get from one side to the other is it's kind of intense.
And just getting in there, the roundabouts have like 5 lanes of traffic. It's out of this world. So yeah, that's a tip there. All right. Well, anything else before we close out here?
Not for me.
What about
All
Go?
Good. No, let's close her on out.
All right. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at WC Reloaded. You can follow the Mash Those Buttons Network at the Mash Network. If you want to write an email to us, it's WCRpodcast@gmail.com. If you'd like to join our Discord, it's discord.me/Warcraft Reloaded or warcraftreloaded.com/Discord. How can you up the podcast? You can order Rogue Energy, use code RELOADED at checkout. You can get a Rested XP guide and use code RELOADED at checkout. You can join our Patreon at patreon.com/Warcraft Reloaded. You can leave us a rating or review. You can leave a comment on the YouTube. The YouTube has more views and listens than I ever thought. I was never even going to put this podcast on YouTube. We just talked into it at some point, like in like episode 20s area. And I've done podcasts forever, but the YouTube is getting like an easy, like, you know, some get more, but it's getting like 1,000 views per, which is amazing for YouTube. It's a fraction of what we get from audio, but still, it's a whole new thing. So leave a comment there, leave a like. You know, comments help a ton with getting you in the algorithm, and it's already hard being a long form thing on YouTube. So help us out there because it is growing and it is starting to become worth it. So yeah, do that. And I think I covered everything. Ways you can help us. Go. Where can we find you?
On YouTube, youtube.com/@ClassicGo, ClassicGho. I've got a video if you're leveling up a balance druid of what to spend all your emblems on. So like emblems of heroism through emblems of frost, scourge stone stuff, the sidereal essence, all that stuff.
Side reel?
Side reel essence, yep. So if you got a fresh 80 boomy or you're leveling one up, you can come stop by, check out that video. And I stream on kick.com/ClassicGo and on YouTube too. But
Awesome. And Kim, can anybody find you any place?
Nope. Just on one of my 7 bank alts and or mains on Benediction.
Can they find you in the Warcraft Reloaded Discord?
Maybe the new one. Let me see. I actually haven't joined it
It's
yet.
like, I don't know if I'm in there.
you need an auction house tab in there for auction house tips.
That's what my treasure Discord is for, but that is private.
Subscription only.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can find him in the Warcraft Reloaded Discord. But you can find me on Twitter at Blazin_Bob. That's BLAZZIN_BOB. You can find me on Twitch streaming at BlazinBob, no underscore. And with the new Twitch changes, guys, I am going to be streaming on everything I possibly can. So I'm going to be streaming on YouTube. I'm going to be streaming on Kick. It's going to be I'm going to be streaming on every platform I can. I don't know how TikTok streaming works, but I'm going to look into it because I'm going to be able to stream to everything here soon. So, yeah. So with that being said, check me out. I'll be Blazing Bob at all the places except for, I guess I could use my Blazing Bob account, but it was the old Alrica. I don't know. The YouTube one's up in the air. It might be the Warcraft Reloaded YouTube. I'm not sure. We'll just have to see. But yeah, I'll be streaming everywhere soon. All right, guys, let's get out of here.
Dinner time.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on, Bob.
Hey, thank you.
Fun times.
Until next week. Thank you very much for checking out Warcraft Reloaded Podcast. Make sure to like and subscribe and hit that bell so you don't miss any future content.